introduce yourself.
My name is Erwin Waldman. I am the youngest and last living member of the 6 children of Abe Waldman and Rose Waldman, my mother and father. I have a story to tell. And the best place to begin is at the beginning. In a small town called Podayets, in the country of Austria-Hungary, under the reign of Kaiser Franz Joseph, before World War I, the marriage of Yetta and Morris Perlmutter, Perlmutter, and Sarah Perlmutter produced my mother, Rosa, together with the help correction, let me start over again. The marriage of Yetta and Morris Perlmutter and Sarah Perlmutter produced my mother, Rosa Sass. I'm sorry. I'm going to have to start over again. Yetta and Morris Perlmutter, Perlmutter, and Sarah Perlmutter produced I'm going to have to begin at the beginning here again because I'm getting confused in marriages. My mother, Rose Sass, was a union of the marriages of Yetta and Morris Perlmutter and Sarah Perlmutter and Nathan Sass and William Sass. The combination of Jenny and Abraham Conrad, Konrod, and Sarah, Sarah, Nanette, Nanette, Conrad, Konrod, and Rachel and Zelig, Zelig Waldman, and Samuel Waldman produced my father, Abraham Waldman. I hope I've made that clear. I'm sorry. My mother.
Please call the receptionist.
My mother was one of 9 children. 8 girls and 1 boy. And my father was an only child, his mother having passed away during childbirth. The marriage of Rose Sass and Abe Waldman was a basherte, or arranged marriage. And although my mother had another boyfriend, her father would not permit her to marry him because he smoked cigarettes. William Sass was a very religious man, and then arranged the marriage of my mother with my father. My mother finally agreed to marry my father, provided he would take her to the United States, or as she called it, the new country. They got married in 1900 and took a ship in Hamburg, Germany, in the steerage, and landed in New York at Ellis Island. They set up residence at number 7 Hester Street, where they lived above a little bakery that they ran. My brother Morris was born in 1901, and every 15 months thereafter, there was another child born of this marriage. Sadie Waldman, Sam Waldman, Charlie Waldman, and in 1906, the combination of baking flour in the lungs and the heavy smoking that my father had developed caused him to develop what is today known as emphysema. And the doctors told him that if he did not go to Arizona, that he would not make it, that he would pass away. So my father left my mother and 4 children in New York and got on the train to go to Arizona. On Friday afternoon, the train stopped in a little town called Dallas, Texas. Being a very religious man, my father would not ride on Shabbos, so he got off the train, and because he had gone to night school in New York, learning to read, write, and speak English, he was able to communicate with a policeman who told him about a little synagogue called Tefereth Israel, which at that time was located in the vicinity of Cedar Springs and Pearl Street. My father found his way to the synagogue and met a group of nice people, very small synagogue. The weather was warm, the humidity was low, and my father felt very good physically. And on Sunday morning, when the train left for Arizona, my father was not on it. He sent for my mother and the 4 children to come to Texas and Dallas to live. They set up residency in North Dallas on Cedar Springs and Field, what is today Cedar Springs and Field Street, where my brother Willie was born in 1911. Seven years later, on Thanksgiving Day, November the 27th, 1918, I, Erwin Waldman, was born. After the family had moved to South Dallas on Kelly Avenue, K-E-L-L-Y Avenue. I was born during the flu epidemic, the severe flu epidemic of 1918, while the United States was at war. And the doctor told my mother, quite frankly, that because of the seriousness of the illness, she might not make it. So my mother decided that if she might pass away, she didn't want me to live. I was born at home, by the way, and the doctor was Dr. S.M. Friedman, F-R-I-E-D-M-A-N. So she put a pillow over my face to suffocate me. I am told this story by my mother when she was living. She then decided that perhaps she might live. So she removed the pillow, and I'm here today, May the 20th, 1997, to tell you this story. After my brother Morris was born, then came my sister Sadie, 15 months later. Then came my brother Sam, 15 months later. Then came my brother Charlie, 15 months later, all of whom were born in New York. As I have mentioned, my brother Willie was born in 1911 in Dallas, and I on November the 27th, 1918 in Dallas. The next thing that I can recall of having been told was that my sister was pursued by a young Litvak, L-I-T-V-A-K, Harry Coyne, who had recently come to the United States and served in the World War I with the United States Army. He was a very energetic young man, and he and my sister finally got married in 1922. He was in the window display business, and the name of his firm was Standard Fixture Company. They set up residence on Cleveland Street in South Dallas. And my niece, Carol Jean Coyne, was born in 1928. I'd like to go back now to my mother and father, if I may. My father went to work for a bakery after coming to Dallas, called the Dallas Bakery, owned by a man named Sam Weinstein. I would like to tell you a little anecdote at this point. My father had a horse and buggy. And on this horse and wagon, he would deliver bread for the bakery, and he drove an old army mule. One day, on the corner of Irving and Commerce in downtown Dallas, at a red light, the horse balked and wouldn't move. My father became very upset, and he he lit a fire under the horse. The horse moved forward and burned the wagon, and the police put my father in jail. I don't remember the year, but I can imagine it must have been in the early 1920s. I've heard the story many times from my brothers, and every time they told it in the presence of my father, he got a very tiny grin on his face. As I've mentioned before, my father was a very religious man, and since he became very ill in 1928 and could no longer work, he was able to pursue our religion vigorously by going to the synagogue every morning and night. And since he was so learned, he became the Baal Korea at the Rumänische Schule on Powhatan and Browder Street in South Dallas. And became very learned in the Talmud. The Baal Korea, by the way, is a person who is able, because of his Hebrew learning, to read the Torah, which is quite an accomplishment. My father continued to be unwell, but he was always able to make a Sukkot on the Jewish holiday of Sukkot by putting some boards together and building a building in the backyard of our home where he ate during the Sukkot holidays. He continued to suffer from his lung problem, and in 1948, when we were at my parents' home, all of us, Friday night, which was a weekly occasion for the Sabbath, after dinner he called all his children into the living room and said to us in Yiddish, "Ich hab never gefragt für gar nicht. I never asked you for anything. But jetzt ich geh dir fragen. Sag Kaddish noch ein Tate. Say the Kaddish prayer for your father." This was Friday night, and Sunday morning he passed away with his Siddur in his hand. This was on February the 1st, 1948. Of the 4 sons living in Dallas, since my brother Sam was living in Denver, which is a story I'll relate later, my brother Morris was practicing medicine and could not be with us for Kaddish. My brother Charlie went frequently, but my brother Willie and I said Kaddish every morning and every evening for the Kaddish period of 11 months. We loved our father, He was a simple man, but he was a good man. Worldly things were of no importance to him. He was in love with his religion and practiced his religion. But interestingly enough, he never made any demands on any of his children, religion-wise. My mother, Rose, was the one who kept our family together and united. She had a very difficult life, but she always smiled and loved her children with her entire being. She had a stroke at age 85, and though at the time she was living alone, my sister insisted that she break up housekeeping and come to live with my sister, since she was completely incapacitated. She couldn't walk, she couldn't talk, and she could only communicate with her eyes. Mama passed away on March the 1st, 1970, 2 weeks shy of her 90th birthday. Now I would like to talk about the children of our family. My oldest brother, Morris, as I mentioned before, was born in 1901 in New York. It became his obligation to help raise the family. I recall during my youth that at one time he held 2 jobs. In a stenographic capacity for the R.P. Kincheloe Company, which sold X-ray machines to physicians and hospitals. And in the evenings, he rode a bicycle for Western Union, giving all of his money to Mama and Papa so that she could raise a family. In 1930, let me go back a minute. When they first came to Dallas and living in North Dallas, the Trinity River, which did not have a levee in those days, was only 2 blocks from where they lived. And one summer while the children were playing, my brother Morris accidentally fell into the Trinity River, and he was rescued by a gentleman named Ed Millican, M-I-L-L-I-C-A-N. I didn't know this man's name. I knew of the episode, and many years later, during a basketball game, a gentleman walked over to me and said, "Would you happen to be related to Morris Waldman?" I said, "Yes." "Why?" He said, "I pulled him out of the Trinity River when he was 9 years old." And I reported this to my brother Morris, who remembered him well. To go further, then another episode occurred to my brother Morris where he caught typhoid fever as a young child, perhaps in his early teens. And the same Dr. Friedman, who later told my mother that that I might die of the influenza. Somehow or other, in those days when there was no known cure for typhoid fever, cured my brother Morris. Needless to say, this doctor was the hero of our family. My brother Morris graduated from Forest Avenue High School in 1917 and worked for various people until one Friday night in 1930, when our whole family gathered for Shabbos dinner. My brother Morris announced that he was quitting his jobs, that's plural, jobs, J-O-B-S, and going to college because he wanted to be a doctor. And he then admonished my brother Charlie, my sister, and my brother Bill to take over the financial responsibilities of the family, as he would no longer be able to do that. He got his doctor's degree, and in 1937 he married my sister-in-law, Sadie Hart, H-A-R-T. Hold it. Mistake. Sarah Hart, H-A-R-T. During the period of their early marriage, he interned at Brooklyn Jewish Hospital in New York City, or in Brooklyn, and returned home several years later to set up his practice. There were 2 children born of this marriage: Robert Hart Waldman and Nancy Waldman. Interestingly enough, during the war, my brother Morris was with a CCC as a physician, Central Conservation Corps, and in the small town of Nancy, Texas. This is why my niece was named Nancy, after the town where her father and father lived when she was born. After the war was over, my brother Morris came back to Dallas with his family and opened an active practice of ear, nose, and throat. There was another tragedy at that particular point later on. His son Robert, who was brilliant, also became a physician, specializing in infectious diseases. He developed a melanoma in his back. And died at the National Institute of Health at age 54. He was married with 5 children, whom we still stay in touch with. Nancy Waldman, who came to Dallas on the occasion of my daughter Carol Jean's wedding to Howard Coyne, met Howard Coyne's best man, whose name is Lowell Weil, W-E-I-L, who is a very successful podiatrist in Chicago, and shortly thereafter, within the year, they were married. She had 2 children. This marriage has 2 children. Lowell Jr. and I believe Andrea, I'm not sure. My brother Morris was a very successful physician. Who died on December the 13th, 1995, at age 94. My sister-in-law, Sarah, who unfortunately is not well, is still with us, living in Dallas, Texas. My sister, Sadie Waldman Coyne, had a very happy life with Harry, my brother-in-law, who treated her like a queen. She could do no wrong. They lived, after marriage, in a small apartment on Cleveland Street in South Dallas. And in approximately 1928 or 29, they moved to a private home at 4217 San Carlos Drive in extreme North Dallas, in a comparatively new community. In 1928, their first child, Constance, or Connie as we call her, Coyne, was born. I don't recall the date of her birth, but we have it written somewhere. And in 1935, her sister Janice was born. Connie later married Hyman Tolmas, Hyman-Tolmas, who was a physician specializing in pediatrics in New Orleans, Louisiana. There are 2 children born of that marriage. Jean Ann, Jeanann, Jean Ann, and Alan Tolmas. Jean Ann is also a physician specializing in trauma, although not married. Alan Tolmas is married and has 2 daughters. His wife's name is Gina, G-I-N-A. They are all alive and well, and Dr. Hyman Thomas is now semi-retired. Jan, the other daughter of Harry and Sadie Coyne, is married to Stanley Pastor, P-A-S-T-O-R, who is a retired orthodontist living in Tulsa, Oklahoma. There are 3 children of this marriage. Scott, who is a physician, an ophthalmologist, now living in Atlanta, Georgia. Andrew, who is a real estate agent, very successful, unmarried, living in Austin, Texas. And Robin, a daughter, who is in advertising, television advertising, now living in Dallas, Texas. Dr. Pastor has recently become involved in Israel in digging up artifacts and is enjoying his retirement tremendously. Scott Pastor is married and has 2 lovely children, and thank God they are all well. Now the story of my brother Sam. Sam was the tallest of the Waldman brothers. And together with my brother Charlie, graduated from Forest High School in 1922. He was very thin, and though very athletic, specifically in basketball and baseball, developed tuberculosis. In 1924, with the help of Dr. Friedman, he was admitted to a charity hospital in Denver, Colorado, called the National Jewish Hospital, where he had bed rest for 2 years before becoming arrested. He came home and let me back up here a minute. The fact that he was away from home and in a hospital really tore my mother up. So in 1927, my sister Sadie, and my brother Willie and I drove to Denver to spend the summer with Sam. We had a wonderful time, and my mother got along beautifully. I believe it was the following year, 1928 or 1929, my brother Sam came home during the summer. And we had a very large back porch on Browder Street in Dallas. And every Friday night for the Sabbath, everybody would gather, as I mentioned before with my father. And while we were having dinner, my brother Sam turned to my mother and said, "Mama, I can't take the Texas weather. I'm going back to Denver to make my life." And my mother promptly fainted. This is a real standout point of my life. I remember it vividly. And sure enough, 2 days later, he returned to Denver to make his life. He got a job with a firm called the Liggett and Myers Tobacco Company and went to Denver University at night and got a teaching degree. And was the fair-haired young man in the Denver public school system. He first was the assistant principal at Cole Junior High in Denver. Then he opened South High School in Denver. And George Washington High School in Denver. And he then later opened up the John Kennedy High School in Denver. He was the outstanding principal in Denver, Colorado, until he retired at age 65. During the period of his high school period, he coached basketball and baseball and was very successful. He was an avid golfer and shot in his low 80s. During that period of time, he met a lovely girl by the name of Lee Emerson, E-M-E-S-O-N. And they got married and lived a very happy life. Occasionally bringing Lee with him to Dallas, and we all grew to love her as we loved him. After retiring from the public school system in Denver, he got a job as an English professor in a Catholic college, where he remained for several years. In 1992, Sam had a prostate operation and shortly thereafter had a stroke. He died on January the 20th, 1993, in his wife's arms, and I greatly regret having to say that there were no children of this marriage. Lee still lives in Denver. She has a very lonely life and lives primarily with her memories. My brother Charlie ran the family after my brother Morris went away to college. He was my mentor. Since you must recall that Mama was 40 when I was born, and Papa was 50 when I was born. And Mama had a very hefty job holding a family together and raising a family. It just became natural for Charlie to take over, not only the financial part of the family, but the emotional part of the family. I shall never forget when I graduated high school in 1935, my brother Charlie came to me. I'm going to pause right here for a minute. Red light's on. As I was saying before my pause, Charlie came to me when I graduated high school in June of 1935. He said, "Bud, I have taken care of the family for many years, in every way, financially as well as others. But I have found a girl, and I want to get married. I'm 29 years old, and I want to get married. So it's now going to be up to you and Willie to finance the family. And whatever help I can give you, I will. And I know Sis will help. But I want you to go out and get a job, and I want you to do your part." So I thanked him. And got a job. Uncle Willie got me a job at the Austin Bridge Company, where he was the upstairs stenographer, and I got the job as a switchboard operator and the downstairs stenographer. Charlie proceeded, and in 1935 married Ruth Siegel, a very lovely gal whose father had a dry goods store in Oak Cliff. As a result of that marriage, there were two children. There are two children. Dana and Judy. Dana married Dolph Simon, and Bo was born of that marriage. Dolph had been married twice previously, and after several years of marriage, they parted company. And Dana went to work for the Standard Fixture Company, where Uncle Charlie and Harry Coyne were partners. Judy married Jules Ringer, R-I-N-G-E-R, and that marriage produced two children, Jason Ringer and Jill Ringer. Jules was down in Texas, and they lived several blocks away from us on Azalea Lane. And then they moved to New York, where he was an attorney by profession, and he made an arrangement up there. And they did not get along, and unfortunately they parted company. And no matter how hard she has tried, he will not give her a divorce. If I'm not mistaken, Jason is a graduate of Yale University and is in the stockbrokerage business, and Jill, the younger sister, is, I believe, in college. Getting back to Charlie, Charlie worked very hard to make Standard Fixture Company a success. And the business was very successful. And Dana was working regularly in the business. Unfortunately, Charlie had a stroke. I don't remember the exact year, but he ended up with a slight limp and some confusion in his voice. From then on, he was really not the same. He had an assistant called A.C. Winkler, who, together with he and Dana, ran the retail of the business, and Harry Coyne ran the manufacturing end of the business. They were in the ladies' display business, racks to put clothes on, mannequins and such items. And things remain rather status quo there. And unfortunately, Ruth, his wife, developed cancer of the liver and subsequently passed away. And that situation, together with Charlie's own incapacity, really changed his life. From being a very forceful individual, very successful, and loving his entire family, he became a sort of a vegetable. And it was very sad for me to watch, because I loved Charlie. He was really like a father to me. He sustained me. He advised me. And looked after me, not only in financial methods, but as a general older brother normally would. I loved him very much. He was unable to really be effective in the business. And continued to regress. I shall never forget one Sunday, Maxine and I went to visit him. And yes, went to visit him, and he was very, very moody that day, and he started crying. And he said to me, "You know, there's nothing left for me to live for. Ruth is gone. Both of my daughters have had an unhappy marriage. And I'm not well. And it looks like life has passed me by." Well, this tore me up. Shortly thereafter, Maxine and I went to California for a wedding of Andy Pastor. And Dana went with us. While we were gone, Charlie decided to have some minor surgery. And had the minor surgery, and while he was in the hospital, he got out of bed one night without talking to a nurse or anything, went to the bathroom and fell and cracked his skull. Immediately thereafter, since he was unable to function properly, he went to live at Golden Acres, a Jewish home for senior citizens and for those incapacitated. Willie and I with Maxine and Sadie, his wife and mine, visited Charlie. We would go every Saturday to the home, and Willie would go every Sunday. And he continued to regress and finally passed away on December the 26th, 1989. Dana and AC continued running the business as best they could. I might digress here a moment and tell you that Harry Coyne died. Previous to that, I don't have the date of his death, but it was probably 5 to 10 years previous to Charlie's death. And Dana and Judy became partners with my sister. That arrangement did not work out. And in the interim, Sis had gone to live at Golden Acres. Where she subsequently passed away on August the 14th, 1989. Dana and her two cousins, Connie and Jan, proceeded to liquidate the business and sell it. Dana's son, Bo, then moved to California, where he became a clerk in a judge's office in San Francisco, and where he subsequently got married. He is still living in San Francisco, and we haven't seen him. I don't think we talked about Sis at any great lengths. My sister, Sadie Coyne. The years she spent taking care of my mother really took the toll with her, although she had adequate help. But she was confined. She felt that she had to be confined and be with my mother constantly. And this disturbed her social life considerably. But my brother-in-law never complained. He was a very unusual man. He always wore a tie and jacket at home while he read the paper or watched television. But he was a very good-hearted man. After his death, my sister became a sort of a recluse. She was very close to my wife, Maxine, and they talked together regularly on the phone. One day she called Maxine on the phone, and she said, I can't get out of bed. Please come over here right away. Remember that her two daughters were living out of town. Connie was living in New Orleans, and Jan was living in Tulsa, Oklahoma. So Maxine called me at the office and told me where she was going. I said, let me know if you need me. So she took her to the doctor, and they found out that she had a brain tumor. So she went to the home, Golden Acres, Jewish home for the aged, where she was on one floor, and my brother Charlie was on another floor. She couldn't speak, but she could communicate with her eyes as the cancer spread. My lovely, sweet sister passed away on August the 14th, 1989, and her children subsequently sold her lovely home, and as I mentioned before, the business was liquidated. I can't remember too much of my sister's early life. I think she was 20 when she got married to Harry Coyne. And when they got married in 1922, I was a baby, 4 years old. But I always remember her as being very kind and very solicitous of her family. She was wonderful to my mother, and very endearing to all of her brothers who loved her very much. She had a happy life. And her children saw her frequently. But getting back to Charlie, I remember vividly when I would visit him on Saturday morning at the home, he would reminisce, living in the past, and we would talk about the period in his life where he really was a mentor of all our family. A very strange thing happened one Saturday when I was visiting him. He told me about the time when he and Sam, as young boys, he was 5 years older than Willie, decided to have a fight. They had a disagreement of some kind. So they went out behind our house on Browder Street and had my brother Willie sit on the fence. And they got behind the fence, and Willie was the lookout to watch for my mama, to be sure she wouldn't come out and get involved in the fight between the two of them. He didn't remember what the fight was about, but he did say that he and my brother Sam, who were 15 months apart, were very competitive with each other and always trying to outdo each other. My brother Charlie was a very unusual man, very strong-minded, a real tough cookie as a kid, always ready to fight, and always ready to protect the family. His was a great loss to me because I had lost my counselor. I used him quite often for his sage advice, and his death created a void in my life. Now let's talk about Willie. Willie was 7 years older than me, and everybody loved him. He had, as a child, I remember a photograph of Willie with long curls, blonde curls, sitting on a bench with a dog. And the story is told that while I was being born, he became frightened and ran under the house on Kelly Avenue because he was afraid. He knew that something wrong was going on, but not quite what, because he was only 7 years old when I was born. But to go on with the story, Willie was a declaimer. He was great at public speaking. And from 1930 to 1939, he worked for the Austin Bridge Company. And since he was really getting nowhere, my brother Charlie convinced Willie that he ought to try another field. And since we were local people, and Willie had a host of friends, Charlie convinced Willie to go in the life insurance business. This was in 1930, when Willie got out of high school. Correction. Willie got out of high school in 1929. So Willie left the bridge company and interviewed for a job with a life insurance company whose local boss was Mr. Thad Childre, C-H-I-L-D-R-E, representing a life insurance company, a very fine life insurance company, an old life insurance company, in Worcester, Massachusetts, called State Mutual Life Assurance Company of America. And he went with Thad Childrey, and he struggled, but everybody loved Willie, and Willie sold life insurance. In 1937, the same year that Morris got married, Willie, who had been courting my sister-in-law, God bless her, Sadie Kessler, for many years, and they got married. And of that marriage, there was Andrea, Linda, and Marcia, who has since taken the Hebrew name of Myra. M-E-I-R-A. Willie continued to be successful in the life insurance business and raised 3 lovely daughters. In 1949, and I'll get into this later, I joined Willie in the insurance business. But getting back to Willie and Sadie, Andrea, the eldest of the 3 daughters, fell in love with and married Lauren Weinstein, a native of Denver, Colorado. Linda met a young man at Columbia University from Israel whose name is Yehuda, Jehuda, Abraham. And they fell in love and got married, and I'll come back to them in a minute. And Myra, who at this point has been married twice and divorced twice. Myra's first husband was an ordained rabbi named Mickey Sills, S-I-L-L-S. And as a result of that marriage, Avram Sills was born. They were not married too long, and they parted company. And she later married Dr. Basil Friedman, F-R-E-E-D-M-A-N, which marriage produced 2 daughters, Rebecca and Zoe. Myra is now unmarried and is an RN, registered nurse, registered midwife, and a physical therapist, living in Eugene, Oregon. Avram Sills is a part of a band. I believe he plays the drums, living somewhere in California. Rebecca is going to a dancing school up east, and Zoe is still in school. Getting back to Andrea and Lauren, however, There were 3 children born of that marriage. Jeffrey, now Dr. Jeffrey Weinstein. Gregory, now a very active attorney at law. And Michael, who is an executive chef. Jeffrey has 2 lovely daughters and practices in the city of Dallas. Gregory, Jeffrey's wife's name is Debbie. Gregory, whose wife's name is Margie, has a lovely little daughter. Her name is Alexandra. And Michael is getting married this month to a lovely girl. They have a wonderful family, are very happy, and Andrea is now the president of the Jewish Welfare Federation of Greater Dallas, a highly honorable position and a highly regarded position in the community. She has been active in local Jewish civic life for most of her adult life and is a great credit to the community. Linda is married to Yehuda Abraham, has 2 sons, Eitan, E-T-A-N, and Eyal, and they all live in Haifa, Israel. We don't know quite what Yehuda does, but he has a very sensitive position. And Linda is working on her doctorate in architecture also in Israel. All of us have been to Israel to visit on occasion, and they are extremely happy. We had the pleasure quite recently of Linda and her 2 sons coming to Dallas for Passover. She's a lovely, fine, intelligent mother and wife. I've already told you about Mayera. Going back to Linda, however, the 2 boys both have served in the Israeli army. Eitan, the elder of the 2, is going to college majoring in marine biology, and Eyal is not quite out of the service yet. My sister-in-law, Sadie, is a remarkable woman. She has always played a very important part in not only her children's lives and grandchildren's lives, but her husband. She stood beside him through all the lean years and very joyously has stood beside him on his very successful years. We love Sadie. She's now, I think, 85, enjoying life, enjoying her family, and it's just a pleasure being around her. Now I come to myself. I was born Isidore Waldman. Isadore, November the 27th, 1918, in Dallas, Texas. When I was 7 years old and starting to school, my sister changed my name to Erwin Isadore Waldman, since she felt that Isadore would be a handicap to me, and I've been forever grateful to her for it. I now go under the name of Erwin I. Waldman. I had a very uneventful life as a child. I can recall, or I have been told, that when I was quite young I had to have my tonsils taken out, and that my brother-in-law Harry and my mother took me to see the doctor on the pretense of going downtown, and when I realized what was happening, it was too late, and they put me to sleep and took out my tonsils. I was bar mitzvahed in the small shul, which had then changed its name from the Romanische shul to the Anshe Shepherd synagogue, where I went on a Thursday morning with my father and a cake and a bottle of whiskey to perform the short form bar mitzvah. And my godfather, an elderly gentleman by the name of Label, L-A-B-E-L, gave me a silver dollar as a gift. Under the tutelage of my brother Charlie, I had a short trigger and would fight at the drop of a handkerchief. Consequently, I was expelled from 2 grammar schools, Colonial School and City Park School, but was finally able to get out of City Park School and went to Forest Avenue High School, where I was very active, as was my brother Charlie, Sam, and Willie, in the Standard Debating Society, where I became president. I was not a very good athlete, nor have I ever been. I am great on spectator sports and was only a passable golfer. I lived on Browder Street with Mama and Papa after Willie left getting married. And Mama did her best to shelter me from all the problems I brought upon myself as a youngster. I did some very stupid things as a young man, some of which I've regretted ever since. But I became very active in the AZA, as did Willie, Aleph Zadik Aleph, a junior order of the B'nai B'rith, a philanthropic Jewish organization, and became president, or Aleph Gadol, of that group, and later became a district chairman of the B'nai B'rith Youth Organization for 5 states. Let's see now if I can remember this date. When I was 18 years old, I had a date to go to a movie with a girl I'd known all my life, whose name is, at that time, whose name was at that time, Mabel Siegel. Her married name is Massin, M-A-S-S-I-N. When I picked her up, and I didn't drive, I didn't have a car. We were going to walk to the movie. She said to me, you know, there's a new girl in town. Her name is Maxine Polikov. And she lives right across the street from the movie. And she's having a little party to meet some friends since she's just moved here to South Dallas. Would I like to go to the party? I said, okay. So we went to the party, and I met Maxine Polikov. She was 14. We started dating, and I don't remember to this day whether it was Charlie or her mother, Rose Polikov, who broke us up because we were so young. At that time, I was a downstairs switchboard operator at the Austin Bridge Company making $40 a month, which money I gave to Mama. So I had very little money to go anywhere or do anything. But when my brother Charlie told me that I was not to go with her anymore, I respected him.
Beverly Jackson, please call the receptionist. Beverly.
And well, I did not go with her. But that Christmas, my brother Sam came in town to visit. And at the last minute before New Year's, they decided not to go anywhere, just to stay home and talk. And my brother Sam said, Bud, why don't you get a date? So I called Maxine and told her that I wasn't doing anything, wondered if she was busy. She said no, and I got the feeling that she had hoped I might call, so we started going back together again. On July the 22nd, her birthday, 1940, we got engaged. At that time, after having had several other jobs, I went to work for her father, Maury Polikov, who was a Southwestern regional manager of a large Chicago firm called Line Auto Parts and Manufacturing Company. And on her birthday, as I said, July the 22nd, we got engaged. The way we got engaged was rather amusing. As an afterthought, her father came home from Chicago and someone from Chicago called my mother-in-law to be congratulating her on the engagement of Maxine and myself. My mother-in-law was furious. So she confronted my father-in-law to be, and he told her, what the hell, let them get married. They're old enough. So that day I had a little money saved up, and I went to Fort Worth with Maxine and her mother to a jeweler cousin, and I bought her an engagement ring and a wedding band. And on November the 10th, 1940, Maxine and I got married. We lived not having any money. We lived with my mother-in-law and father-in-law, Maury and Rose Polikov, on Shenandoah in Dallas, Texas, for 6 months. But getting back, my father-in-law had a new LaSalle, and we drove that LaSalle to New Orleans on our honeymoon, and had a wonderful time. Then came back and I went back to work as an order picker in the Lion Auto Parts warehouse in Dallas, Texas. And in order to supplement our income, Maxine went to work for her father in the office, where we finally ended up, between the two of us, making $50 a week. In 1941, we bought a little house, 1,000 square feet, a new house, at 3132 Stanford in University Park, Dallas, which is a suburb of Dallas, a very fine suburb. I continued to work for Lion Auto Parts and Manufacturing Company, and later severed my connection with them and went into a similar occupational business with my father-in-law called Imperial Sales Company. In 1948, while traveling on the road for this company, Imperial Sales, I became ill in New Orleans. And Maxine flew down to New Orleans and drove me back to Dallas, diagnosed as a duodenal ulcer. But I'm getting ahead of the story. Of this marriage of Maxine and I, there came to us a lovely doll, Carol Jean, born on November the 28th, 1942. On March the 6th, 1946, my daughter Sherry, God bless her, made her presence known. And on December the 5th, 1953, hold it, 1951, my son Steve made his entrance. Going back to my job opportunities, I stayed home off of the road for the rest of 1948, and in the beginning of 1949 I went out on the road again and got as far as Amarillo and had to go to the hospital with the same ailment. So I came back home and I discussed the situation with Maxine. And she and I decided that I ought to buy an automobile parts business someplace in Dallas. One day in January, my brother Charlie called me and said, "Let's have lunch." So I was always willing and glad to have lunch with Charlie. And he said, Willie's going to join us. So we had lunch. In the course of the lunch, Charlie said to me, I've got an idea.
Stop for a minute.
Hi. How you, honey? Bye-bye.
Bye.
Charlie, while we were having lunch, said, I've got an idea I'd like to talk to you about. He says, you know, Willie has been very successful in the life insurance business. And between the two of you, you know all the Jewish people in the city. And I'm sure you'd like to get off the road. I thought maybe you and Willie would form a partnership and that you would go into the property and casualty business and y'all would be a natural. He said, the Waldman family has a great name in Dallas. We're known for our integrity. We're known for our participation. And I would like for you to consider going into the insurance business. And I said to him, Charlie, I don't think it'd work. I've got to sell a commodity that can be resold. This has been the basis of my entire business life. And he said, you can do anything you want to do if you want it badly enough. So we discussed it at length. And on April the 19th, 1949, my brother Willie and I shook hands, and Waldman Brothers Insurance Agency was born. And from that point forward, until my dear brother Willie died in 1990, there was never a cross word. But getting back to that conversation with Charlie, I said to him, how can I live? I don't know how long it's going to take to make a living here. He said, I'll subsidize you. And my brother Charlie subsidized me till 1955. Never once asking to be repaid. Never asking to look at my financial statement. But always encouraging me to continue. God bless us both, Willie and I. And in 1955, I began paying Charlie back. I would guess that you could say history was being made. And today, while I no longer have my partner Willie, I'm still in the insurance business, although only in an advisory capacity, but can proudly say that my son Steve Waldman and my son-in-law Howard Coyne and my grandson Scott Coyne and my granddaughter Kaylin Coyne Pollock are all in the agency with us. Now let me talk about my jewels, my children. My daughter Carol Jean Coyne is a remarkable young lady. I remember with pleasure raising her, although during that period of our lives I was not home very much because I was traveling. But she came to us when she was graduating high school, and she said to Maxine and I, you know, I'm going to go away to college, and I probably will marry someone, and I may be gone forever. Let's take a trip. So we packed up the car. I believe this was in 1964, but I don't really remember. And we headed west. Maxine and I, and Carol Jean, and Sherry, and Steve. And our first stop was Colorado Springs, Colorado. Where we spent several wonderful days horseback riding, visiting the Garden of the Gods and Pikes Peak, Mountain Pikes Peak. And the way we would drive in the car was that I would drive, Steve would sit on a cigar box in the front seat between Maxine and I, and the two girls, Carol Jean and Sherry, would sit in the back seat, and Carol Jean would lay her head on the seat, and Sherry would put a pillow over Carol Jean's head, and she would lie on the pillow. From Colorado Springs, we went into Denver and visited our brother Sam and our sister-in-law Lee, and we spent a few days there. Then we headed north to Wyoming, and from Wyoming we came into Reno, Nevada, where we spent a couple of days. And from there we went into Sacramento, California, where we spent 4 days. And from there we drove into San Francisco, where we met my mother-in-law and father-in-law, who had flown out to be with us from Dallas. We spent a week in San Francisco, really enjoying the scenery, having a wonderful time together. And a very unusual thing happened to us while in San Francisco. We were driving down the street in San Francisco one day, and the car behind me honked and got ready to pass us, and I looked over, and there was my old friend Irvin Green, whom I previously mentioned in this story of being the ring bearer at my sister's wedding, who had been transferred to San Francisco by his company. And I hadn't seen him in about 5 years. We got out, we visited, and that night we had dinner together. And he told me he was coming to Dallas in 3 weeks and wanted to buy some life insurance. A week later, he died in his sleep in San Francisco. He was my contemporary and my very dear friend. And I was greatly saddened when we got home to find out about this. When we got ready to leave San Francisco, we arranged with our mother-in-law and father-in-law to meet us in Los Angeles. They were going to fly down to Los Angeles and visit some friends, and we were going to continue driving our Pontiac from San Francisco to Los Angeles. We stopped at the Pebble Beach Hotel, and the name of the town has skipped me. And we didn't stay long because Maxine got sunburned, and we continued to Hearst Castle into Los Angeles, where we spent a week, and then began going home by way of Carlsbad, New Mexico, into Dallas. Carol Jean then took a trip with Maxine to New Orleans to Sophie Newcomb College, where she applied for entering Sophie Newcomb. We were not surprised. She was accepted. And while there, she met a young man from Glencoe, Illinois, a suburb of Chicago, by the name of Howard Coyne. A Levy, no less. And they fell in love, and we went down to New Orleans to meet him, and he was a fine young man. And he graduated before she did and returned home to Glencoe, only to find out that his father was dying of cancer. So he called Carol Jean and said his father wanted to meet her. So after several flight delays, I landed in New Orleans and picked up Carol Jean with her car, and we drove back to Dallas all night long. Caught a plane and flew to Chicago. I'm sorry, we put Carol Jean on a plane, and she flew to Chicago, where she met Edward Coyne, Howard's father, and Howard's mother, B. Coyne, and his two younger children, Joel Coyne and her sister, and his sister. They got engaged New Year's Eve, and it was the coldest period of my life. We went up for the engagement party and stayed at a hotel called the Villa Moderne in Chicago for the engagement party, and I almost froze to death. That November, I'm ashamed to tell you that I don't remember whether it was the 11th. I believe it was the 11th of November in Dallas. Carol Jean and Howard got married. In the interim, Carol Jean stepped into his father's, Howard stepped into his father's business, which was a subcontractor to the luggage industry, to help his mother out. And they lived in a little apartment on Roger Williams in Highland Park, Illinois. And we visited them occasionally. And they were happy. But in the interim, his mother had remarried, and her husband went into the business, and the situation became untenable to Howard. Maxine and I were very anxious to get them back to Dallas to live. And we constantly reminded them that there was a position open in Waldman Brothers, and I always told them every time we spoke long distance that no matter what the weather was outside, I was going to play golf that day. One day, not too long thereafter, and I'm sorry, I'm not very good at dates, Howard called me at the office one day. That was when Willie and I were in our own building on North Central Expressway in Dallas, and said, "Dad, you've often talked about the possibility of Carol Jean and I coming to Dallas. Do you think that could work out?" So I said, "I'll call you right back." And I got his number, and I went into Willie's office. He said, "Do you have his number?" And I said, "Yes." He said, "I'll call him." So he called Howard. He said, "Howard, can you come tomorrow?" And that's how Howard went into the insurance business. Howard and Carol Jean, with their daughter, Kay Ellen, who was an infant, stayed with us in our little home for about 6 months. And he went to work learning the life insurance field. And needless to say, has been most successful. Kay Ellen, the oldest child, came as a gift from God. I also will not forget this situation, because Howard and Carol Jean were going to drive to Dallas, and Morris and Sarah were in Chicago visiting their children, their daughter, who was going to fly back to Dallas. So they made an arrangement for Morris and Sarah to bring Kay Ellen, who was an infant, on the plane, and they would drive in. Well, we went to meet the plane, and they got off the plane. Kay Ellen was crying wildly, and Aunt Sarah was wearing a wig, which was askew on her head, almost off, because they had to carry her in the whole trip. Well, when she got off the plane, and she stopped that, but then Carol Jean and Howard, Kay Ellen, moved in with us. Then, after that short period of time, they rented a duplex right behind Hillcrest High School and stayed there until they moved to their present home. While living there, however, Scott was born. Scott Ryan Coyne was born. And he was the second source of pleasure for us. And thereafter, Wendy was born. And thereafter, Mark was born. So Carol Jean and Howard have 4 lovely children. They have a beautiful home. They have enjoyed much pleasure in their lives. For many years, Carol Jean was a teacher. And recently, several years ago, went into the college classification business or placement business. The business is called Coyne's College Connection, and has also been successful. has taken a very important part of Dallas life. He's a lifetime member of the $1 Million Round Table, has had all the honors that life insurance can bestow upon a young man. And now runs our very large life department in Waldman Brothers Insurance Agency. Now I want to tell you about my grandchildren on that side of the family. Kay Ellen, the little doll, a gorgeous little blonde-headed girl, was #1 on the list, as I mentioned. Had a pleasant life, enjoyed life, went through school, and enrolled at Texas University, where she specialized in pre-law. While there, she met a young man from from Austin, Texas, whose name is Jake Pollack, P-O-L-L-A-C-K. They dated regularly and graduated from Texas University, and then both enrolled in Lamar College in San Antonio to get their law degrees. While still going steady, let me pause here a minute and give you some dates that I have. As I told you, Cal Jean was born November the 28th, 1942. Howard was born August the 22nd, 1941. Kay Ellen was born June 16th, 1969. Scott, November the 13th, 1970. Wendy, July the 31st, 1972. And Mark, July the 20th, 1976. And Cal, Jean, and Howard were married June 21, 1964. After getting their degree at law school, Kay Ellen and Jacob moved to Dallas. You know, I believe I've forgotten to say that Kay Ellen and Jacob got married. Kay Ellen and Jacob got married November the 12th, 1994. And moved into a little house in East Dallas. And Jacob went to work for a law firm, and Kay Ellen went to work for the city attorney in the city of Dallas. Since that time, they have purchased a lovely home, 2-story, 3-bedroom, 3-bath home in a lovely part of the city of Dallas, in the city of Plano, Texas, which is a city adjacent to Dallas, north. And about a year ago, we prevailed upon Kaylin, who was not very happy in her work, to join us at Waldman Brothers Insurance Agency. Where she's doing quite well. She and Jake are two very happy people, and we're very excited about them. Now let's talk about Scott Coyne. In my opinion, Scott Coyne was the greatest goof-off artist in the country while at Texas University. His first class was at 11 o'clock, but he cut it because he wasn't out of bed. His next class was at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, but it was lunchtime, and after that he had to go play golf. So Scott had a good time playing around in college. Came out of college and asked to join Waldman Brothers Insurance Agency in Howard's department, which is the life department. Well, I can't begin to tell you how transformed this young man became with the advent of going into the business world. He has been a tremendous success in the life insurance and allied field, and I'm just as proud of him as I can be. I love him, as I do all my grandchildren. But I particularly love him for the way he has embraced his life's work. And I'm happy to report that he's engaged to a lovely young lady named Barbie Chrysler, and they will be married recording. I'm not sure that I properly explained my mother and father's beginning. So I'll repeat that now. Yetta and Morris Perlmutter, Perlmutter, and Sarah Perlmutter, together with Nathan Sass, S-A-S-S, and William Sass, were my mother's parents. Jenny and Abraham Conrod, K-O-N-R-O-D, Sarah and Nanette, N-A-N-E-T-T-E, Conrod, K-O-N-R-O-D, and Rachel Zelig, Z-E-L-I-G, Waldman, and Samuel Waldman were my father's parents. I wanted to make that clear because it was rather vague earlier in this conversation. I would now like to talk about Wendy Coyne, the third child of Carol Jean and Howard Coyne, our number 3 grandchild of the marriage of Howard and Carol Jean. Wendy was born July the 31st, 1972, and is a very vivacious, very pretty young lady. She got her degree from the University of Arizona in Tucson, Arizona, and Maxine and I, together with Carol, Jean, and Howard, flew out for her graduation exercise. She has been very busy in the business market, having just changed jobs, where she is going in training to be selling. Also, she has met a very fine young man whose name is J. Mellon, M-E-L-L-E-N, who is from Chicago, has a PhD degree, and is presently connected with Texas Instruments. We have recently had the pleasure of meeting his parents, who came down to Dallas to visit. Wendy is a very independent young lady, and knows what she wants and goes after it. The last of Carol, Jean, and Howard's children is Mark Coyne, born on July the 20th, 1976, who is presently in his sophomore year at Texas University. Mark is the tallest grandchild and has a magnificent personality. And worships his older brother and his two older sisters. We don't know yet what field of endeavor he might undertake in his life. But I do believe that with careful supervision by his mother and father, wherever he decides to go or whatever he decides to do, he will be successful. At this time, also, he has a girlfriend who is at Texas University. We have not met her, but we've seen pictures of her. And she's a very lovely Jewish girl, also from Chicago. We're looking forward to Mark's progress in whatever field he would like to set his sights. These are the 4 children of the marriage of Carol, Jean, and Howard. They are all a source of pleasure to us. And we are really a very close family and enjoy being together. Sherry Small, Sherry Waldman Small, is our 3rd child. Born March the 6th, 1946. Hold it. That is correct. One of the funny things that happened when Sherry was an infant is that she loved chicken bones, the pulky, and would walk around the house all day long chewing on a chicken bone. We almost had a tragedy with Sherry. When she was a young girl, she was riding in the back seat of the car with her mother and said to Maxine, "Mommy, wouldn't it be terrible if I fell out of this car?" They were traveling on Lover's Lane, a busy thoroughfare in the city of Dallas. And when she made that statement, she promptly fell out of the car. Poor Maxine was alone with her, stopped the car and got out of the car and grabbed her and put her back in the car, and she had fallen on her face. Maxine rushed Sherry to our pediatrician, Dr. Fine, and he examined her and said nothing was broken, that she might have had a hairline fracture in her jaw, but the good Lord was really smiling at us that day. And Sherry emerged perfectly from that episode. Sherry's romance in her life was with a fine young man approximately 6'5" in height, who had aspirations to become a doctor. His name is Neil Small. And they went around together as youngsters. And then they temporarily broke up. And Sherry went away to Washington University in Washington, D.C., where Maxine and I went to visit her in the fall of the year. I don't remember exactly what year. We didn't like the college at all. It was full of what we call Jesus freaks. F-R-E-A-K-S. Everybody wore Jesus sandals, long hair, and we decided that this was not the place for Sherry. So that Christmas, when Sherry came home, she did not go back and enrolled at the University of Texas in Arlington, Texas, which is a neighboring city to Dallas. When she got back, Neil called her immediately, and they resumed their courtship. When Neil graduated medical school, they got married, and shortly thereafter, he began serving his internship and residency, and I believe the name of the hospital was at Davis, California, in Sacramento, California. And while they were living there, Justin Small came into the world. What a pistol. Neil's mother and father, who are our dearest and closest friends, joined Maxine and I in a trip to Sacramento for Justin's bris, B-R-I-S. We had a wonderful time, particularly watching how happy Sherry and Neil were and how thrilled they were with their new bundle of joy. And the bris was a huge success. And the bris was a huge success. When this period of learning was over, well, let me say that while they were in California, Sherry took teaching jobs to supplement the income of her little family. And when that period was over, they returned to Dallas. And set up housekeeping and we were all very happy that they did decide to come back to Dallas to live. Shortly thereafter, Macy appeared on the scene. A very lovely child, who is now going into her junior year at Texas University. I might also stop and add here that Justin went to Ithaca College in Upper New York, where he got his degree, and is now doing a very successful job in the real estate business. In addition to selling as he does, he is very active in maintaining the real estate investments of his parents. I might also add here that Justin has a lovely girlfriend Nicole, Nicole Ginsburg, and I am hopeful that this will end up in marriage. As she is a lovely young lady and a very brilliant child. Getting back to Sherry, she spent this last summer in Spain. And we missed her very much, and she had a very lovely time, and Maxine and I spoke to her frequently. Before coming home, she backpacked her way through Europe and is now interning at Waldman Brothers Insurance Agency before going back to school this fall. Next to appear on the scene in the Neil and Sherry Small family was Meredith Small, who is just graduating from Green Hill School with honors in every class, an officer in her senior class, a track star, and an all-around brilliant kid who has been accepted I'll be right back. At Princeton University, where she received early acknowledgement of her application. It appears that Meredith will pursue a medical degree perhaps to follow in the steps of her father, or some other medical specialty. Sherry and Neil have been very successful with their children and their business life. Neil is a very active young man. He is an orthopedist by profession and is an immediate past president of the National Orthopedic and Arthroscopic Association of North America. Sherry is in the advertising business and has been very successful. The very fact that Neil's mother and father, Al and Helen Small, were good friends of ours when they first came to Dallas in the early 50s, really had no bearing in the fact that these two children fell in love. The famous saying in our family was that Neil told Maxine, "When you see the white of my eyes, you'll know that I'm asking for Sherry's hand in marriage." One evening, Neil came over to the house. Maxine and I were sitting in the den, and he walked over and he sat down next to Maxine and he said, "I am looking at you. Look at the white of my eyes." And that's how we knew that Neil and Sherry were going to be married. Neil has not only been a great success as a physician, but in his private investments have been phenomenal. And like all our other children, we're very proud of Neil and Sherry. The last child of the marriage of Erwin Waldman and Maxine Waldman is our son Steve. Married December the 5th, who was born December the 5th, 1951. And whom we called the Angel. He was all boy, full of mischief, and his two sisters loved him with all their hearts. He was the apple of the eye of my mother and father, and Carol Jean and Maxine's mother and father, Rose and Maury Polikov. To say the least. Maxine and I adored him. And I can tell you now that everyone who has ever come in contact with Steve loves him. He has all of his mother's good qualities and none of mine. I have none. Fortunately, he did not learn of any of my bad qualities. At a very young age, maybe 11 or 12, he would come to the office in the summertime and file papers and do odd things around the office. I had hoped that he might go to law school. But that was not to be. In fact, when he met his wife, Jackie Yarrin, Y-A-R-R-I-N, she was going to the University of Arizona, and he was going to Texas University, and the long-distance calls were frequent and very expensive. Steve and Jackie will celebrate their 25th wedding anniversary next month in June. And they have 3 wonderful children. Melissa came along first. And she was a picture of her mother, who is a very beautiful lady. Next came Todd. And following Todd came Michael. I will give you their birth dates later on in our meeting. Steve came to Uncle Willie and I after being married and after Jackie moved to University of Texas from Arizona. And let us know that he would be interested in going into the insurance business. We welcome him. And his success in this business has been phenomenal. He came initially as a trainee, and is now designated as a CPCU, Certified Property and Casualty Underwriter. At this time, this insurance agency is now owned by Howard Howard Coyne, my son-in-law, our son-in-law, and Steve Waldman, our son, each of whom have a 50% interest in Waldman Brothers Insurance Agency. I might add here that with the advent of these two young men in management, this business has taken off. We are now approaching 50 employees, and are recognized in the insurance profession as being one of the best insurance agencies in the city of Dallas. I will say one thing. These two young men have a great mutual respect for each other. And show concern and interest and compassion for their mentor, Erwin Waldman. At this stage of my life, I shep nachas. That means I'm very happy and grateful watching these two young men become very successful. I might also add here that they have many professional designations, and Howard has been on the board of directors of our synagogue, president of the Colombian Country Club, and on many charitable committees in the city. Steve is the vice president of the Jewish Welfare Federation of Greater Dallas, has been invited to serve on the board of directors of the Jewish Community Center, on the board of directors, or board of governors of the Colombian Country Club, and is now chairman of the search committee for a new rabbi in our synagogue, and has been invited to serve on the board of Shereth Israel Synagogue. So when I say to you that I kvel when I think of my boys, and when I talk to my boys, and when I watch them in action, you can understand where I'm coming from. I'd like to go back now and visit with you about the most important person in my life, my wife Maxine. As I told you previously, she was born March the 22nd, 1922, in Chicago, Illinois. As a young infant, her mother and father moved to Houston, Texas for a business arrangement. She was 5 years old at the time. Approximately 7 years later, in 1934, because her father had developed asthma in the climate in Houston, Maxine and her younger brother, Richard, and her mother and father moved to Dallas. Where they lived at 4224 San Carlos Drive, and approximately a year later, they moved to South Dallas in 1935, where she attended Forest Avenue High School. As I indicated earlier, we met when she was 14 years old and I was 18 years old. She graduated from Forest Avenue High School in January of 1939, and one of her very dear close friends who went to school with her and who palled around with her was Margie Blasser, B-L-A-S-S-E-R. I'm delighted to say that Maxine and I now live in the same high-rise apartment building with Margie Blasser Levin and her husband Eugene live, and this old relationship has been reacquainted, and we are very delighted. During the years of our courtship, I spent a lot of time at the corner drugstore called the Colonial Pharmacy, which was at the corner of Colonial and Forest Avenue. And every night during the early years of my post-high school period, all the Jewish boys would meet at this corner drugstore and decide what to do that night. Most of the time, we went out to play miniature golf. During basketball season, however, we would all go to the YMHA, Young Men's Hebrew Association building on Pocahontas next to City Park and play basketball in a tiny gym, GYM gym. During the summer, we had a Jewish softball league where we competed every Sunday morning. And many of these ball players and friends of my youth are my friends today. But throughout this period, I was always with Maxine before and after our marriage. Let me tell you about my in-laws and my kid brother-in-law. My father-in-law, Maury Polikov, was born on March the 2nd, 1902, and passed away April the 25th, 1993. My mother-in-law, Rose Polikov, was born on February 21, 1902, and passed away on February the 16th, 1974. Correction. I got this backwards. I'm sorry. My father-in-law, Maurice Polikov, was born on February 21st, 1902, and died February the 16th, 1974. My mother-in-law, Rose Polikov, was born on March the 2nd, 1902, and died on April the 25th, 1993. My brother-in-law, Richard Polikov, was born on April the 14th, 1926, and just celebrated his 70th birthday in Florida. Dick Polikov lives 6 months a year in Chicago and 6 months a year in Palm Beach, Florida. We visited with him on the occasion of his birthday, and they were most gracious and pleasant to be with. When Maxine and I got married, we were together making $50 a week and really could not afford to have our own place. So we moved in with my mother-in-law and father-in-law, and stayed there with them for 6 months. And the treatment that I received as a new son-in-law was beyond compare. I immediately became a part of their family. Approximately 6 months later, Maxine and I bought a very small house at 3132 Stanford Street in University Park. That was in May of 1941. We stayed in this house until July of 1953, when we moved to 7231 Azalea Lane in Dallas, and we stayed there for 38 years. One evening, we happened to run into Eugene and Margie Levin, whom I mentioned earlier, as Maxine's childhood friend. And they invited us to their condominium at the Bonaventure, where they had been living approximately 6 years. This is a high-rise condominium unit, and Maxine fell in love with it immediately. So we decided that since there were only the two of us left in our family living together, that we would try to sell our house on Azalea Lane and buy a condo at 5200 Keller Springs Road. We sold our home, and in June, 4 years ago, we moved into our new home, the Bonaventure. We have since become reacquainted with Margie Blasser Levin and her husband Eugene Levin, and we are very close and see each other regularly. I might add here that in October of 1968, I had a heart attack. This was 1 month prior than my 50th birthday. And I was away until February the 1st, 1969. I had the heart attack on the golf course. And a doctor friend of mine, Dr. Jack Robbins, put me in his car and took me home, where I remained until I went to the hospital the next day. My doctor, Dr. Joe Rothschild, took care of me during this period. And I felt that I had completely recovered. On July the 26th or 27th of 1991, Maxine and I were going to the races, horse races, in Louisiana, Shreveport, Louisiana to be exact. And when I got up in the morning to dress, I fell down. Tried to get up and fell down again, and finally crawled back into bed. Maxine was making coffee, so I called her, and the ambulance came and took me to the hospital. I had an angiogram, and the doctors indicated that I needed bypass surgery. The decision was made, and Dr. Melvin Platt, P-L-A-T-T, performed 5 bypasses, and thank the good Lord, I came out of it fine. I then became involved and very active in a rehab program. I had to learn to walk again, and Steve and Maxine would hold on to me while I went to a mall with them and started my rehab program in addition to a rehab program at the Ewing Health Center, which is part of Presbyterian Hospital in Dallas. I have always been an optimist. And although I have had other problems, health-wise, I hope the good Lord will bless me and my family and all my loved ones with long lives, I have generalized many things in this report, and I'm certain that I have left out many things since I'm speaking off the cuff. Thank God, all the surviving Waldmans, members of the Waldman family, are well and enjoying lives with all of our loved ones. I want to give some more thought and sum up this report at a later time. Ah, sweet Wendy. Wendy's a lovable little gal who graduated from the University of Arizona, and Mimi and I went out there for the graduation and really enjoyed it. Wendy has a lot of friends. She has a very beautiful personality. And has a very fine young man dating her now. His name is J. Mellon. He is a PhD from Chicago who is in Dallas with Texas Instruments, which is a very large company here. And they seem to be getting along very well. Wendy has a beautiful voice, incidentally. and sings in the choir at the synagogue and has sung in other areas. She has just changed jobs and is with the Cisco Food Company, which is a very large distributor of foods on a wholesale basis. Now I'd like to talk about my grandson Mark. Following Wendy in the Howard Coyne and Carol Jean Coyne line is Mark Coyne, Mark Edward Coyne to be exact, who is enrolled at Texas University in Austin, and is having a great time in college. Studying up on his golf game, no less. Mark, like his sisters and brother, has an excellent personality, loves to meet people, and has been specializing, among other things, in learning to speak Yiddish. We have a lot of fun together because I can converse with him, whereas actually no one else in our family can. These are the products of Howard and Carol Jean. They are a very fine family, and I'm delighted to say that they're very close to Maxine and I. Occasionally you will notice that I ramble around because I'm afraid that I might have left someone out. So if I am repetitive, please forgive me. It's with good intention that I want to list everybody and talk about everybody. Two years ago, approximately, Kay Ellen Coyne, the eldest of the Coyne children, married her college sweetheart, Jake Pollack, P-O-L-L-A-C-K. I do believe that I had mentioned this previously, but let me repeat it if I may. They met in college at Texas University, and both studied law and received their law degrees and passed the bar. And Jake is in practice with a private law firm in Dallas. And after spending some time with the city attorney in Dallas, Kay Ellen is now with Waldman Brothers Insurance Agency, specializing in personal lines insurance. Now, let's visit with Neil Charles Small and Cheryl Lynn Waldman Small. I'm ashamed to tell you that at this moment, I don't remember the year they got married. But Neil and Sherry dated each other for quite some time. While Neil was going to medical school. They got married and went to Davis Hospital in Sacramento, California. And while Neil was pursuing his studies, Sherry was teaching school. Neil was born on June 6, 1945. Sherry was born on March 10, 1946. The weather was gorgeous in California, and the first opportunity that we had to visit them, along with Neil's parents, Al and Helen Small, who incidentally are our nearest and dearest friends in Dallas. We were blessed with the entrance into this world by Justin Small on July the 24th, 1973. He was and is a Small all the way. After returning to Dallas and setting up practice, in orthopedics, they moved into a lovely home in far north Dallas. In fact, it was in Plano, Texas, which is a suburb of North Dallas. And on on April 28th, 1976, Macy appeared on the scene. Macy Allison Small, a bundle of joy. Everybody quailed. And needless to say, her grandparents on both sides were very happy and excited over the advent of her appearance. Dr. Small was very successful from almost the beginning. And in addition to his practice, he began acquiring real estate. and to this day is quite an entrepreneur in that field. Things coasted along very nicely. And then on June the 23rd, 1979, the athlete of the family arrived. Meredith Allison Small. On June 23rd, 1979. All three of the small children have gone to a private school, a very fine scholastic school called Greenhill. Justin graduated there, as did Macy and Meredith. Where Meredith excelled in athletics, as well as her schoolwork. Meredith's specialty is track. She has won many meets, is the president of her class, and also plays basketball. Meredith will graduate from Greenhill next week, or the week thereafter, in June, and has been accepted at Princeton University. Meredith is a very quiet person, very pleasant, and loves her family, as do we all love her. There is a possibility that she will follow medicine. I certainly hope so. And she, as well as we, are looking forward to her entering Princeton next fall. Let me add here that our son-in-law, Al Small's mother and father, Al and Helen Small, are our closest and dearest friends, and were our very, very good friends before Sherry and Neil started dating. We have remained close throughout our children's married life, have made many trips together, and Maxine and I pray for good health for Al, who has not been well here of late. The Small family and the Waldman family share the happiness of all of us. and there will continue to be a close relationship. Of all of us. Steve Waldman and Jackie Erwin Waldman will celebrate their 25th wedding anniversary next month and are planning to visit the western United States with their 3 wonderful children next month. Steve made his entrance on December the 5th, 1951, and without a question became the great white hope of our family. His uncles Bill and Charlie thought he was the greatest thing that ever happened, since they both had daughters. And I remember at Steve's bris, when we were living at 3132 Stanford in University Park, Dallas, my brother Willie wore a big sign on his chest, and the sign said, "He's just lucky," meaning me having a boy. Steve was all boy, extroverted, knew how to polish his mother and his sisters, Carol, Jean, and Sherry. And somewhere while he was in college, no, prior to that, somewhere while he was in high school, he met a young girl, lovely child, Jackie Yaron. And although Maxine didn't tell me till many years later, he told her that one day he would marry Jackie. Well, see, he went through all the childhood pranks of a boy, like the time after we had had some painting done in our house. He took the can of paint and a brush and went out the back alley and painted the fences of all our neighbors, including the garage of one fence, of one neighbor. And when the lady who lived there said, "Steve, you can't do that, I will have to call the police," Steve said, "Goody, goody, goody. Am I going to see the police?" Well, we had to clean that mess up. Steve played ball, like with all his friends, and even organized a little band, a little orchestra, where he and 4 friends entertained and sometimes got paid for it. I remember Ellen Goldman, Chuck Goodman, and David Beer, and I believe one other lad performed with this group, and they weren't bad. When Steve was in high school, he was in a play called My Fair Lady, acting the part of the friend of Professor Higgins. The play took place at high school and was a huge success. Jackie, who was enrolled at the University of Arizona, and Steve carried on a long-distance courtship by phone. Until they decided to get married, at which time Jackie enrolled at Texas University so that she and Steve could be together. Shortly before his graduation from Texas University, Steve came to my brother Bill and I and expressed his desire to go into the insurance business. Since he had worked here on and off during the summer anyway, so into the business he came. And I'm proud to tell you that today, Steve and Howard own Waldman Brothers Insurance Agency and have been a huge success. During the high school years of Steve, Willie and I performed in several plays on behalf of B'nai B'rith. The first of which was a takeoff on Cinderella called Chanabella, where the entire cast was male, and some of the players dressed in ladies' dresses. After that came Flo Weiss and the Seven Dwarfs, a takeoff on the Waterfront. And the last, and I believe most successful, was a play called Izzy, which was a takeoff on Gigi. In all three of these plays, Willie and I had principal leads. And very modestly, I can tell you we stole the shows. During the rehearsal period for these shows, Steve was always listening to me rehearse. So when the time for the shows came around, Steve knew my part as well as I did. And we always kidded that if I had to be replaced, Steve could very adequately handle that part of the plays. As time went by, Steve and Jackie announced the presence of their daughter Melissa on January the 16th, 1975, followed by Todd on July the 9th, 1977, and Michael on February the 12th, 1980. 3 children completely different in disposition, in talent, and their approach to education. We are very proud to announce that 2 weeks ago, Maxine and I, joining Steve and Jackie's mother Sarah in Austin, to watch Melissa graduate from college. This was a very moving episode in our lives. She is a lovely child and very close to her parents and grandparents and her brothers. Todd Harris Waldman graduated from Green Hill School and is presently enrolled in Duke University and he too is considering following medicine. He played in many plays and had the leading part in all of them during his life at Green Hill, was president of his class, and like his cousin Meredith, was a member of the National Honor Society. And to round out this lovely family, here comes Michael. Who in his own right is not only a computer expert, but will be a senior at Green Hill next year, and we don't quite know what his ambitions are after that in college. He is very active in the B'nai B'rith Youth Organization and was Aleph Gadol, which means the president of his AZA chapter.
Erwin?
Yes.
Give a call.
Get the name.
Get the name?
Get the name.
Okay.
Wonderful.
Will you close that door for me? Erwin Waldman. Born November the 27th, 1918, on Kelly Avenue, right across the street from the fire station, on Irving Street, in South Dallas. Other than the episode that I mentioned previously about the 1918 influenza and Mama's predicament about whether or not she would make it, I had a rather uneventful youth. In 1922, the family moved to 2208 Browder Street, a larger house with 3 bedrooms, a screened-in side porch, where Willie and I did all of our sleeping. Until everybody was gone but Mama and Papa and I, when I moved off the side porch into the bedroom previously occupied by my brother Charlie. During this period, I can remember falling off the porch, the front porch, in my tricycle. You see, the front porch on Browder Street had a left turn to the side of the house, and I was riding my little tricycle, and I forgot to make that turn, and I went off that 4-foot porch, damaging the tricycle and myself. And my only response to my mama was that I forgot to turn. That brought quite a laugh into the family. And when I was a little older and not yet able to understand the differences in religion, I complained that I had never gotten a Christmas present. It snowed that Christmas. I guess I was 8 or 9, perhaps a little younger. And on Christmas morning, I walked into the living room of our little house on Browder Street, and there was a beautiful red wagon. My brother Sam, my brother Charlie had purchased the red wagon, and I was beside myself riding that little red wagon up and down Browder Street in the snow. The next thing that I fairly well remember was a trip to Denver, Colorado. I believe this was in the summer of 1926 or 1927. Mama and Sis and Willie and I went to Denver. Sis drove her Hupmobile, and we spent about a month in Denver visiting with Sam. This was my first acquaintance with Jack Michelson, who was in Denver with his mother, visiting her family. And Jack and I have been friends ever since. Unfortunately, he's not well, but I hope and pray that he will completely recover. The only eventful things that happened to me during the early years of my life was that I was kicked out of 3 grammar schools for fighting. I always followed my brother Charlie's instruction, which was in Yiddish, "Schlug 'em erst." That means in English, hit the other guy first. I really never endeared myself to the principals of the 3 schools that threw me out. But it didn't bother me too much. I also remember on my 13th birthday, for my bar mitzvah, Papa took me by the hand and we walked to the Romanian Shul, which was on the corner of Pocahontas and Browder Street. And my father carried a bottle of booze, and I carried a cake that Mama had baked. And I said the Bar Mitzvah Bruchas, the Bar Mitzvah prayers, which started out with Baruch Hu es Adonai Amvorach. I was a huge success in the little shul, where, as I recall, there were 16 men present, and my godfather, Mr. Label, who always looked like he had a bad smell on his face, gave me a silver dollar. And that climaxed my bar mitzvah. I then entered Forest Avenue High School, where my brothers all preceded me and had established a fantastic reputation, which I promptly tore down. I made reasonably good grades in high school, but I was never really prepared. And I shall never forget, in English, where Edna Rowe was my teacher, and she had taught all the brothers, asked the class to learn the poem London by Milton. And to my chagrin, she invited Helen Fern Black, the public speaking teacher, into the room and called on me to recite the poem. Well, I wasn't prepared because I hadn't learned it. And she flunked me on that 6 weeks, and I deserved it. On another occasion, I had joined the Standard Debating Society, and Mrs. Hassel, the algebra teacher, had decided to keep the entire class in at the school for noise. That afternoon was a Standard Debating Society meeting, and I went up to her and asked to be excused, and she said no. And I told her that she would have to pay my 10-cent fine for not appearing at the Standard Debating Society meeting. Mr. Parker, who was the principal of the school, promptly expelled me. and I had to bring Charlie back to school to get me back in the school. Well, needless to say, I got a good thrashing from Charlie, whom, as I mentioned previously, was my mentor. And that taught me a lesson. And I never got in trouble again. And graduated as class orator in 1935. And I had the leading part in the class play at school. I shall never forget Jenny Wolf Blumenthal, who was my typing teacher, and who, of course, knew all the brothers, stating to me in the second half of my senior year, she said, "Erwin, I'll make a deal with you. You don't show up for class for the whole second semester, and I'll give you a 90 in typing." And I took her up. I didn't know better. So I spent that particular period of every day in the library where I did my homework. Eleanor Ratner, who worked with me on my class orator speech, was very kind and very patient with me. And as far as I know, I did rather well in my class oration in front of the graduating class and all the family at the school. My brother Willie got me a job with the Austin Bridge Company, where he had been working for about 5 years as switchboard operator and downstairs stenographer. Thank God. And it was during this period that Charlie came to me and to Willie. I think he was 29 at the time, and said that he would like to get married and that he felt he had honored his obligation to us and he said he wanted us to then begin, particularly me, in actively supporting Mama and Papa. Charlie got married in 1935 to Ruth Siegel. And had 2 lovely daughters, Dana and Judy Waldman. They both were excellent pianists. And I will discuss these 2 girls later on. To continue with myself, at age 16, I joined the AZA, which is a Junior Order of B'nai B'rith, a philanthropic organization. And became very active in AZA, both in their fine work and in athletics. I became a fair softball player. And a fair basketball player. When I was 18 years of age, I had a date with Mabel Siegel, who later married Hyman Masson from Galveston. And we were going to the movie in South Dallas. I didn't have a car or any transportation, so I took the streetcar to her house, and we started walking to the movie, which was about 5 blocks away. She told me there was a new girl in town, and that there was a little party at the new girl's home, and why didn't we skip the movie and go to her house? I said, fine. And this was my first date with Mabel, and I met Maxine Polikov. I was 18 and she was 14. I liked her very much, and she seemed to be interested in me. So we started dating. And after about a year of dating, I don't know whether it was her mother, Rose Polikov, or my brother Charlie, who broke it up. Because either one of them felt that we were too young to be going steady. The following Christmas, our brother Sam came in from Denver for a visit. And the family, the older members of the family, decided to go out for New Year's Eve. I was not invited to join them, and I understand that. But I became available to go out myself. So on a hunch, I called Maxine and told her the story, that why I was available. And if she didn't have anything to do, I'd like to have a date with her for New Year's Eve. She didn't have a date because she was hoping I would call, I suppose. So we had a very lovely time New Year's Eve and started dating again. I left the Austin Bridge Company at that time to go to work for Austin Moore, who was the son of the chairman of the board, in the receivership of an insurance company, Casualty Underwriters, liquidating the company. At that time, I decided to go to SMU, and I enrolled at SMU and went for a year. I could not continue because I didn't have any money. This was in 1939. Maxine had graduated high school and was going to Oklahoma University. She stayed one semester, and I went up to see her one time with my good friend Mickey Rubin, whose sister was also going to Oklahoma. And at the end of that semester, she came home and would not go back. Shortly thereafter, her father who was the regional manager for 8 states for a Chicago firm called Line Auto Parts and Manufacturing Company, offered me a job for $40 a month in the warehouse of this company, where I was an order picker and stock boy. Maxine was also working for the company in the office, and we were seeing each other regularly. Her mother and father had purchased a home in University Park on Shenandoah, and I had acquired a 1929 Model A Ford, which Charlie bought for me. So I did a lot of traveling from South Dallas to University Park. In the summer of 1940, Mr. Polikov went to a meeting in Chicago for his company, where he also had a lot of relatives. When he came home from the trip, one of the girls in the office, who had a sister living in Chicago, and my mother-in-law was also working at the office at that time, and Estelle said to my mother-in-law, "Congratulations. I understand Erwin and Maxine are going to get married." Well, my mother-in-law hit the ceiling and approached Mr. Polikov, her husband, and my later father-in-law. And he told her, he said, "Look, the kids are going together to study. They're not dating anybody else. Why in the hell shouldn't they get married?" So it just so happened that this was on Maxine's birthday on July the 22nd, 1940. So we got into the car, Maxine and Rose Polikov and I, and drove to Fort Worth to see my mother-in-law's cousin, Barney Landsman, who was in the wholesale jewelry business. I had saved up $240, and with that money I bought an engagement ring and a wedding band. Then I came home and told Mama. Well, there was a lot of excitement going on, and the Polikovs were very nice to me. So we set a date for November the 10th, 1940 to get married. On that day, all my brothers and sister and Mom and Papa walked in the wedding at Sheth Israel Synagogue on Park Avenue in South Dallas. And afterwards there was a reception at the Polikov home. And the synagogue was packed. All my brothers were groomsmen, and Sis was a bridesmaid, and Maxine's cousin Fern was her maid of honor. And Dick Polikov, who was going to be my brother-in-law, walked as a junior down the aisle with Jackie LeSueur, the daughter of a good friend of ours. Maxine and I took Mr. Polikov's new LaSalle and drove to New Orleans for our honeymoon. On the second day we were there, Charlie came to New Orleans to visit some customers and took us out to dinner, and we had a very lovely evening. And we returned after a week to Dallas. And Mr. Polikov adjusted our salaries so that between the two of us we earned $50 a week. We lived with Maxine's mother and father for 6 months. And in May of 1941, we purchased a little house at 3132 Stanford in University Park. The house cost, if I remember correctly, $5,100, and our monthly payments were $41 and odd cents. And that's where we set up housekeeping on our own. And that's where Carol, Jean, Sherry, and Steve were born. Maxine and I both continued working until she got pregnant. And Carol Jean was born one day after my birthday on November 28th, 1942. And we were ecstatic. Maxine hired a maid. If I'm not mistaken, I think we paid her $6 a week. And she worked every day. She worked 5 days a week. Shortly thereafter, quite a few people working for Lion Auto Parts, including some outside salesmen, were drafted into the Army. And since there was a shortage of salespeople traveling, my father-in-law suggested that I might be interested in going on the road selling automobile parts, which meant that I went on a commission basis and could possibly make a lot more money. Well, I traveled steadily, covering Oklahoma, Louisiana, and Arkansas, and West Texas. And on March the 10th, 1946, Sherry was born. In order to help around the house, and Maxine was pregnant, we had secured the help of a young girl to live in and share the duties of the house. And this also enabled Maxine and I to have some free time when I was in town. We had a series of these girls. Some were not too hot, lazy, and didn't want to work at the house. So we went through a period of time where we had a lot of these people with us, living with us. In 1948, and let me say that I can truthfully say that I really didn't watch Carol Jean grow up during that period because I was almost never at home. And the girl that we had at whatever time it was a good companion for Maxine and also safe for the family to have someone there besides Maxine and the children. But in November of 1949, I was in New Orleans, Louisiana, and I became very ill. I remembered that a childhood friend of mine by the name of Irving Richmond, who became a physician, was living in New Orleans, and I called him from the hotel. And he came to the hotel and checked me out and took me to the hospital. And Maxine flew down to New Orleans. And after I was in the hospital a week and diagnosed as having a duodenal ulcer, Maxine drove me home. I didn't travel for the rest of that year. And in January of 1949, I left on the road for Amarillo and got sick in Amarillo and came back to Dallas. It was then decided in a meeting between Charlie and I that I had to do something locally. That's the end of this tape, so I'll continue later. It became very apparent that I could no longer travel on the road. So I had decided to look around and see if I could find an automobile parts store that I could buy, and whether or not I could arrange the capital to buy a store. While I was checking around, Charlie called me one day and said, "How about having lunch with me?" So I said, okay, I wasn't doing anything anyway. So I went to Charlie's office at 1006 Commerce, Standard Fixture Company, and Willie was there, and Charlie said, Willie's going to join us for lunch. So we went out for lunch, and while we were having lunch, Charlie said to both Willie and I have an idea that's been playing around in my mind regarding you two, and I want to throw it at you and get your reaction. He said, Willie has been very successful in the life insurance business, and I thought perhaps y'all might make an arrangement where the two of you could form a partnership, and Erwin could go into the property and casualty business. So I immediately said to him, Charlie, I don't know if I could sell any insurance. I've always sold an item, a commodity, that could be resold for a profit. And Charlie very tartly said to me, you can do anything you have to do if you want to do it badly enough. And he said, you boys think this over, and let's talk about it in a couple of weeks. Anyway, on April the 19th, 1949, Willie and I shook hands, and that's how Waldman Brothers Insurance Agency was born. I made arrangements with an insurance agent called Perry Moon to office in his office and write business through his office as a producer rather than an agent. And this lasted until 1951, when Willie and I took the train to Austin and took the insurance agent's exam, which we both passed easily. During the time that we were considering this arrangement, I went to Charlie and I said, Charlie, I've got a family, and I'm hoping to have another child, but I have to have financing. Can you help me suggest where I can go for financing? And Charlie said, I'll finance you. So when the smoke cleared and I had a producer's contract, Charlie gave me money every week, never asked me to be paid back, and I didn't begin to pay the debt off until 1955. At that time, Willie and I were officing together in the Merchandise Mart, which is the old Butler Brothers building on Irving Street. Which also housed the Ladies Apparel Mart and the salesmen selling ladies' ready-to-wear and children's wear in the same building. And this was my sphere of influence, calling on the people in the building. Things began looking real good, and we were both working real hard. And at age 50, which was 1968, I was playing golf with Charlie and Willie and Doug Williams, one of my insurance company's people, and I had a heart attack on the golf course. By this time, we were already in our own building at 4061 North Central Expressway. Thank you. I'm getting a little ahead of the story. I failed to mention, I think, that on December the 5th, 1951, Stephen Allen Waldman appeared on the scene. And I'll go into detail about him a little later on. But going back to the date in 1968, I had great tightness in my chest. And a doctor friend of mine who happened to be at the golf course, Dr. Jack Robbins, took me home, and our family doctor, Dr. Joe Rothschild, came out to the house and insisted that I go to the hospital. While at the hospital, they took a number of tests. And the heart problem showed up on one of the genes. I stayed in the hospital a week, then came back home and stayed home until February the 1st of 1969, when I came back to work at Waldman Brothers Insurance Agency. During the following years, our business continued to increase, and its success was very gratifying. We went from a small staff to approximately 20 people in our organization. And today, May the 29th, 1997, we are rapidly approaching 50 in our organization. I became very much involved in a new Jewish community center in the city of Dallas. And strangely enough, for the period of 1968 to 1970, I was president of the Jewish Community Center and had asked to serve on the board of governors at the Columbian Country Club in Dallas, a Jewish golf course club. a Jewish country club that had a golf course with it. And I had been asked to serve on the board of directors of Congregation Shereth Israel, which I accepted. Together with Willie, I attended many conventions of life insurance throughout the United States. And everyone in the city of Dallas complimented us on our professional approach to the insurance industry, which was very gratifying. I have always been a racehorse fan, and moving along, Maxine and I were going to the racetrack in Shreveport, Louisiana on July the 30th, 1991, and I got up early in the morning, got out of bed and fell down. I tried to get up and I fell down again. So Maxine called the doctor, and Howard came over. And Maxine said, I'm going to take Erwin to the hospital. And Howard said, no, you're not. We're going to call an ambulance. So the ambulance came and took me to the hospital. And they took several electrocardiograms and put me in a room to rest. That was Friday. The next day was Saturday. They took me down for some more electrocardiograms. And our doctor at that time was Dr. Joe Summer, who had been a partner in the Rothschild-Summer partnership. And they decided that I should have an angiogram. The angiogram indicated that I had blockage. And on August the 1st, 1991, I had heart surgery, 5 bypasses. I then went into a program of rehab which lasted for 2 years. During the same period, Willie felt something in his throat, which turned out to be cancer. And he underwent surgery. And approximately a year later, he passed away. Going backward, in the 70s, both Howard and Steve came into our business. And were immediately very successful. I had a most difficult time coming to the realization that Willie was no longer at my side. To this day, I think of him often because we were a great pair. You know that in all the years we were partners in business, we never had a cross word. During this period of time, from 1968 to 1991, Maxine was always by my side, encouraging me, admonishing me when I smoked too many cigars, which incidentally I stopped smoking immediately after my heart surgery. And being the kind of a wife and mother that you dream about. She had problems of her own during those years. During which time she had a complete hysterectomy. And other minor ailments. But she never lost her capacity to smile. And Mimi, as she has always been called by her grandchildren, takes an interesting part in all their lives, has kept our family very close together, and I can truly say that I, as well as our children and our grandchildren, love her very much. I'd like to go back to my younger years, before I was married, when every night a bunch of my Jewish friends and I would gather at the corner drugstore on the corner of Forest Avenue and Colonial, and try to decide what we were going to do that evening. If it was during basketball season, we usually would go to the old YMHA on Pocahontas Street and play basketball. Or we would play basketball in the automobile building at Fair Park, where we were entered in a league. During the summer, every Sunday morning, we played in a Jewish softball league at Silverstein School in far south Dallas, where I played second base, Willie played first base, and earlier on, Charlie played first base and Willie pitched softball. Willie and Charlie also played hardball, baseball, at Rivershawn Park. And I shall remember very well that one Sunday Willie was pitching and the fellow laid down a bunt, and Uncle Willie went over to field it, and the other fellow blocked Willie out and put him on crutches for about 4 months. Incidentally, our softball team was called the Standard Fixture softball team. The hardball team was called Coyne Candy Company. And I was always a pedestrian until I got old enough to play ball. On other evenings when we met at the drugstore, we would all get in the car, or 2 or 3 cars, and go play miniature golf and have our own little tournament. And speaking of golf, I would say probably that Sam and Willie were the 2 best golfers in our family. I came in a very poor third, and Charlie was just learning golf during the older years of his life. Morris never did play golf. We do have other golfers among our grandchildren. Scott Coyne, who is Carol Jean and Howard's son, one of his sons, has a 2 or 3 handicap. And his uncle Lowell Weil, who lives in Illinois, is quite a golfer. Howard enjoys golf, as does Steve. So we are a golfing family. Now Jackie is taking up golf, and Scott is teaching his fiancée, Barbie, to play golf. They will be married on November the 9th of this year. I'm going to pause here and gather my thoughts. But while I do, I'd like to give some dates to be remembered. Mama passed away on March the 1st, 1970. Papa passed away on February the 1st, 1948. Morris, who was born in 1901, passed away on December the 13th, 1995. Sis oh, I've got it here somewhere. Passed away on August the 14th, 1989. Sam passed away on January the 26th, 1993. Charlie passed away on December the 26th, 1989. And Willie passed away on May the 1st, 1990. Carol, Jean, and Howard's family. Carol Jean was born November the 28th, 1942. Howard, August the 21st, 1941. Kaylin on June the 16th, 1969. Scott on November the 13th, 1970. Wendy on July the 31st, 1972, and Mark on July the 20th, 1976. Kaylin married Jacob Pollack, P-O-L-L-A-C-K, on November the 12th, 1994, and as I mentioned previously, Scott and Barbie plan on a wedding of November the 9th, 1997. Neil Small, Dr. Neil Small, was born on June the 6th, 1945. Sherry on March the 10th, 1946. Justin, July the 24th, 1973. Macy, April the 28th, 1976. And Meredith, June 23rd, 1979. Steve was born on December the 5th, 1951. Jackie, July the 21st, 1952. Melissa, January the 16th, 1975. Todd, July the 9th, 1977. And Michael on February the 12th, 1980. Rose Polikov, Maxine's mother, was born on March the 2nd, 1902. Maurice Polikov, Maxine's father, was born February the 21st, 1902. Maxine was born July the 22nd, 1922. And Richard Polikov, Maxine's brother, was born on April the 14th, 1926. I can give you the names in Morris's family and Sarah's family, but I do not have the dates as yet. I will add them later. Morris Waldman, wife Sarah Waldman, children Robert Waldman, Nancy Waldman-Weil, Lowell Weil Jr., Andrea Weil, Jean Waldman, Beth Waldman, Jenny Waldman, Michael Waldman, Tom Waldman, and a new little child whose name I don't have. The latter part of these were Morris and Sarah's grandchildren. You will remember that Robert Waldman, who was a physician, died at age 52. And his children were Beth, Jeannie, Michael, Tom, and Tom. Sam and Lee had no children, but enjoyed a wonderful life together. Neil's mother and father are Al and Helen Small, whom I believe I mentioned were our nearest and dearest friends. Jackie's mother and father were Marvin Yarn, passed away approximately a year ago, and Sarah Yarn, her mother, is a very lovely lady, and we see a lot of her. Jackie has two sisters, Ellen and Holly. Ellen will be married in August, and Holly is now married. Charlie and Ruth's children are Dana, born April the 18th, 1939, and Judy, born 6/16/1943. Dana has a son, Beau, B-E-A-U, Waldman, born on May 14, 1964. She is divorced from her first husband and is now happily married to Sanford Bud Mandel, born on June 18, 1915, and Judy Ringer is now separated from her husband, living in Manhattan, and has a very fine position. Her children, Jason, born December the 27th, I don't remember the year, yes, I do. Jason was born December the 27th, 1972, and he's with a stock brokerage firm in Powhatan. And Jill, born April 27th, 1976, is now in college. Charlie was born on August the 16th, 1906, and Ruth was born on January the 28th, 1916. Willie, born on January the 20th, 1912. Sadie, February the 26th, 1913. Andrea, January the 9th, 1940. Lauren, April the 5th, 1939. Gregory, March the 18th, 1965. Margie, November the 11th, 1966. That's Gregory's wife. Jeffrey, July the 31st, 1962. He's now a physician. Debbie, born 5/16/63. She is Jeffrey's wife. Michael, July the 8th, 1968. His wife, Leslie, January the 14th, 1971. Alexandra, Gregory and Margie's daughter, November 21, 1993. Elizabeth, born January 16, 1991, and Aryan, A-R-Y-N, born April 9, 1993, are the children of Jeff and Debbie. Linda Abraham of Haifa, Israel, born April 17, 1942, and her husband, Yehuda Abraham, Jehuda, born January 19, 1939, have two sons. Eitan, E-T-O-N, I believe, and Eyal, A-Y-A-L, E-Y-A-L. Tani has just gotten out of the service in Israel and wants to go to college and become a marine biologist. Eyal is still in the service in Israel and has not yet decided where he wants to end up education-wise. We had the pleasure of Linda and the two boys spending Passover with us this year, and they are two fine, handsome young men. And Linda is now working on her PhD in Israel. Sis and Harry, my sister Sadie, was born on September the 19th, 1903, and her husband, Harry Coyne, on June 4th, 1890. Their daughter, Connie, born on 8/12/28, and her husband, Hyman Thomas, a physician, was born on February the 1st, 1922. They have two children, Alan Thomas and Jean Ann Thomas. Alan and Gina. Alan Thomas is married to his wife Gina, and they have two daughters, Cara, C-A-R-A, and Shayna, S-H-E-Y-N-A. Jan and Stan Pastor. Sis's other daughter and her husband. Jan was born July the 17th, 1933. Stan Pastor, a retired orthodontist, was born on August the 21st, 1931. Their children are Dr. Scott Pastor, born January 29th, 1960, an ophthalmologist. Robin Pastor, born June 4th, 1965. Andy Pastor, born March the 20th, 1962. And Molly Pastor, Scott Pastor's lovely wife, May 28th, 1964. Scott and Molly have two children whose names, unfortunately, and dates of birth I do not know. To be continued. You know, since I'm doing this little effort, as things hit my mind, and most of the time there'll be no actual continuity of events. So I will go back and forward with your permission, and whatever hits my mind we'll talk about. Last night Maxine and I were talking about those years of the Texas Centennial and what we were doing during that period of time. That was in 1936, and we frequently went out to Fair Park, where all the big events were going on during the Centennial, and we would dance to the big bands. We would listen to the big bands: Benny Goodman, Freddie Martin, Woody Herman, Harry James, the Dorsey Brothers, And this was a great period of our lives. Everybody was really excited about the Texas Centennial and the fact that it was all being held here in Dallas at Fair Park. And during this period of time, a favorite Saturday night experience was going to the midnight show at the Majestic Theater for a quarter, and after that going to Sammy's Restaurant, owned by the Messina brothers, and incidentally Carlo Messina just passed away. He was the last of the brothers, and he went to high school with Charlie and Sam. But after the show, we'd go to Sammy's Restaurant on Lower Greenville Avenue and get a tavern special, which was a big steak with French fries for 35 cents. Gosh, those were great times. I remember one night we were visiting my mama, and she asked us, it was a Saturday, and she asked Maxine and I where we were going. So I thought, Mama, we're going to the show. She said, how much cost that show? I said, 35 cents. She said, well, I'll tell you. You stay here with me, and I'll tell you a story that's worth a lot more than 35 cents, and you can put the money in the bank. Just a little anecdote that crossed my mind. Mama also had a favorite expression that when she wanted to venture an opinion, and you'd say, well, Mama, where did you hear this? And she'd say, Menschen zum. This was one of Mama's great sayings. To prove a point, she would always say, Menschen zum. That in English means that people say. She had great pearls of wisdom come out of her mouth. During this same period of time, in the summer of 1936, we would take a ride in the car out to Turtle Creek, which was a nice distance from South Dallas. And the minute you hit Turtle Creek Boulevard, the air seemed to cool from the hot summer weather, and there was a watermelon stand on Preston Road, and we stopped there, and there was also one at SMU, and we would often stop at those places and get a slice of big quarter of a watermelon for 15 cents. There were many happy occasions. We had no money, but we have found other ways to enjoy our lives. I recall that in one summer, right after I graduated high school in 1935, I played a lot of tennis, one whole summer. The reason I played tennis was that as an outgoing president's gift to the Standard Debating Society, I was given a tennis racket and a net. I spent that whole summer playing tennis with two people. Louis Leon, who by a strange quirk of fate married one of Jackie's aunts, and after many, many years that we didn't see each other, we became reacquainted at a family party. And the other fellow that I played with was a boy that I grew up with. His name was Myron Schlossberg. He had an older brother who worked for Standard Fixture Company, and Charlie and Harry, who died very young. And Myron Schlossberg also died very young. We played basketball together in the AZA at the old YMHA on Pocahontas. and it was very sad. Attending his funeral. This was an active period of time, 35, 36, and 37. I remember going to Waco, Texas on an interurban. It was a streetcar that went all the way from Dallas to Waco, 90 miles away, to play in softball tournaments. This was the Dallas AZA chapter, and Willie was the manager of the team. And we would go down on Friday night, play softball all day Saturday and Sunday, and get up at 4 or 5 o'clock on Monday morning to come back to Dallas and go to work. We were young, and the fact that we were up for all this period of time playing maybe 8 or 9 softball games didn't really bother us, but it was great fun. I believe that the first date I ever had with Maxine, I believe, was on November the 14th, 1936. I just thought I'd toss that in for what it's worth. In going through different dates of the family, I have some calls in. For example, to Sis's family. I have some of the dates, but not quite all of them as yet. When I do get them all together, I'll put them on record. I think I've mentioned before, I'm not sure, that Willie and I were in 3 great plays where the dialogue was all Yiddish. Yiddish, English-speaking Yiddish. I think I mentioned that the first play we were in was called Chanabella, which was a takeoff on Cinderella. Willie and I had the lead. And we had a chorus group that danced and sung, all men dressed in women's clothes. This was a great hit. The play was written by 2 very talented people, Ralph Epstein and Sonny Swift. Ralph wrote all the lyrics, Sonny did all the directing. Shortly thereafter, about a year passed, and we did a takeoff on the Waterfront. Only the name was different. It was Flo Weiss and the 7 Wharves, W-H-A-R-V-E-S. This was a little tougher. We rehearsed for I guess maybe 3 or 4 months, and since I was very heavy at the time, I didn't mind because I lost a lot of weight. And then the last show we did was by far our very best. In fact, it was so well received that we sent the script to San Antonio, where another B'nai B'rith group did the play in San Antonio, and this was called Izzy, a takeoff on Gigi. And I played the part of Maurice Chevalier, and Willie played the part of Gigi's grandmother. These were very happy times for us. Maxine and Sadie pitched in and did our makeup for us, as did some of other wives. And all the time we were making money for the B'nai B'rith, which is a humanitarian organization, a Jewish humanitarian organization. We played our basketball at the YMHA, the old gym in the YMHA, where if you were going in up to the basket for a crip shot, you had to hold one of your arms out so that you wouldn't hit the wall behind the basket. We played in a Jewish softball league at the old Silverstein School on Popular, I believe was the name of the street, in way South Dallas. And on one event there, when we played, I slid into third base, and I remember vividly the date. It was in May of 1941, after we moved into our house. And the reason I remember, and I broke my ankle. And Maxine was very upset, not that I broke my ankle, but that I couldn't do some work around our new house. So that was the last of my softball days. After that, I became much more interested in golf and in spectator sports. When I was much younger, and I don't know if I mentioned this before, Charlie and Willie played baseball, primarily Charlie, at the old Rivershawn Park off of Lemon Avenue or Maple Avenue. And the Coyne Candy Company, which had a baseball team, was the sponsor and the team that Willie and Charlie played for. And my great thrill in going to Rivershawn Park was not to watch a ball game, but I could get a free ice cream. Those were great days. Also during those years, or a little earlier perhaps, I had a Dallas Times-Herald paper route and was able to buy a bicycle, which Mama later conned me into selling, promising me piano lessons. Well, I never got the piano lessons, but I sold the bike. I'm not sure, but I believe that Sam wrote the speech that I gave when I was class author in my senior year at Forest High School. It began with, "Tonight the sturdy ship Forest High is embarking upon the last sail," that's S-A-I-L, "for those of us graduating tonight," and continued on. I was very proud of that speech, and I hope that I did well. Sam was class president, I think it was in 1922, I'm not quite sure. And Charlie and Willie and I were all class orators of our graduating class. I shall never forget, and I was quite young, I think this was in 1930. Willie entered the Dallas declamation contest, high school declamation contest, and his speech was called National Apostasy. And we all got together that night and rode over to North Dallas High School, and Willie won the declamation contest. The speech went something like this. On the battlefield of Saratoga stands a towering obelisk commemorating the battle that was fought there. On this standing obelisk below the statue were these words: Benedict Arnold, hero, patriot, traitor. I heard Willie practice this speech so much as a child that I almost knew it by heart. And even to this day, when the picture crosses my mind, I get the chills, because I also gave the speech in a declamation contest many years later. Going back to the plays we performed in, Steve was a youngster, but he knew my part perfectly, with the dialect included. And on one night of rehearsal, we asked Steve to perform, and he gave one of the speeches I made in the play and just tore down the house. I also would like to point out here that Charlie was highly regarded at Forest High School. He was battalion adjutant in the ROTC and was quite handsome in his uniform. Charlie and Sam and Willie, I don't remember about Morris, but Charlie, Sam, and Willie were highly regarded and highly respected at Forest High School. And I made the severe mistake of thinking that I could ride on their coattails through high school. As I look back now, I realize that I usurped this privilege up until my senior year, when I finally got religion, so to speak, and all the teachers liked me only during my senior year. We, in 1975, we formed an alumni association of Forest Avenue High School. The organization was formed at Sammy's Restaurant on Lower Greenville Avenue, and I was the first vice president of this reunion group. We meet every year and visit. The attendance is getting smaller all the time, and just by coincidence, 1997 reunion will be held on June the 7th. And all things being equal, Maxine and I will go. Advancing to the first years of being in the insurance business, when Willie and I decided to form a partnership, Willie continued officing with a life insurance company office. His boss was a fine gentleman named Thad Childre, C-H-I-L-D-R-E. And after that, Stan Martin, who in our humble opinion, Willie's and mine, was the greatest life insurance agent that ever lived. While Willie remained at the life insurance office, I officed with a general insurance agency called Roeder, R-O-E-D-E-R, and Moon. The owner was Mr. Perry Moon, who was a fine gentleman and was of great help to me in my learning years in this business. During the beginning of our insurance experience, Willie only had one car and I only had one car. So one week Willie would take his car to work and work the outskirts of the city of Dallas while I walked the streets of downtown. And on the following week, it was the opposite. I took my car and worked the outskirts of Dallas, and Willie walked the streets of downtown. I called on a client in Oak Cliff by the name of Albert Knopf, who was a member of the Oak Cliff Lions Club, who sold me a raffle ticket for $1. And lo and behold, about 2 weeks later at midnight, the phone rang and someone asked for me, and Maxine said I was sleeping and hung up. About 10 minutes later, the phone rang again, and the man said, "You can wake your husband up, he just won a car on a raffle." The car was an Edsel. What a lemon. We kept it, I think, about a year. It never ran right. And we finally traded it for a Ford. So the Waldman Brothers Insurance Agency now owned a car of its own, which we used for a long time. Charlie, during the early years, around 1928 and 29 and 30, traveled the eastern part of the United States working for a firm called National Millinery Company. They had a bunch of ladies' millinery stores, and Charlie traveled that area until Harry asked him to join him, and I believe this was either 1929 or 1930. So Charlie came home and did not travel for that firm any longer. I've talked about Morris before. I don't remember whether I gave you the names of his offspring, so I'll do it again. I believe that I mentioned that Morris and Sarah got married in 1937. And of that marriage, there was Robert Waldman, their son, and Nancy Waldman Weil, W-E-I-L, their daughter. Robert Waldman married Jean Waldman. I don't remember her original name. And they had 4 children: Beth, Jenny, J-E-N-N-I-E, Michael, and Tom Waldman. And Beth later married and has a child. We went to the wedding, I believe it was Tom Waldman in Omaha, Nebraska, William, Sadie, and Maxine and I, and got to know these children very well. They're all wonderful, fine children, well educated, and a credit to Morris and Sarah. Nancy married Lowell Weil Jr., and I believe I mentioned this before. Lowell came to Dallas to be Howard's best man when he and Cal Jean got married, and fell in love with Nancy, and they got married. And they have two children, Lowell Jr. and Andrea. And Lowell Jr. is married to a lovely girl whose name I'm sorry I don't know. And his sister's name is Andrea. Both Lowell Jr. and his wife are podiatrists, and I believe that they office with their father Lowell Sr. The years have gone past. And the Lord, the good Lord, has blessed us. We have a great family in Dallas. We have great children and great grandchildren. And the good Lord willing, we will be blessed with more great-grandchildren. Not with more great-grandchildren. We don't have any great-grandchildren now. But we hope we will be blessed by great-grandchildren. The Waldman family is highly regarded and respected in this community. We went to the high school graduation yesterday. Of Meredith Ashley Small, who is the daughter of Sherry Waldman and Neil Small. And she received a wonderful award for her accomplishments and we are extremely proud of her, and I think I mentioned earlier that she has been accepted at Princeton University, which in itself is no small deal. I've run out of thoughts at this point. I would like to stop and collect my thoughts. So permit me to pause temporarily. I thought I would mention in passing the people on Browder Street that were not a part of the Waldman family, but had a great impact on my life. There was Helen Kirshner, whom I grew up with and who was my childhood sweetheart. There was Dora Einhorn, who unfortunately passed away some years ago, who lived right around the corner in her parents' grocery store, who later married Harold Goodman, there was Joe Bach, who lived almost directly across the street from me, who was a little older than I believe he's now 80, whose family was in the chicken business, but he was a very good friend of mine, and I used to go to Forest High School in his truck with him every day. There was the Froman family who lived further up the street. Their father, both of the Froman families' fathers were shoemakers, or shoe repair people. And Meyer, the youngest son of one of the Froman families, was my good friend, who remained a friend until he passed away some 8 or 10 years ago. The other Froman family, there were 4 children. There was Harry Froman, who was killed going into Leyte during World War II. There was Celia Froman, who was still alive and is never married. There was Israel Froman, who died about 5 years ago. And Yudel Froman, Julius, whose Jewish name was Yudel, who recently retired. On the other side of the street was the Rathkin family. Duddy Rathkin and I grew up together. There was the Levine family, Sol Levine, who had, I believe, 5 sisters and no brothers, who was a very charitable person. And some others that just lived there and were of no importance to me. I'd like to make a few remarks that come to my mind. I would say that of all the children in the Waldman family, my brother Willie was more like my father than any of the rest of us. Willie was a religious man, like my father. And in the later years, went to synagogue every Saturday. And as I might have mentioned earlier, became the president of Shearthurst Synagogue and a gabbai, and very much involved in the day-to-day activities of the synagogue. I attended a lot of schools when I was a kid. Because I couldn't stay in any of them too long, they kicked me out. I started out, I believe when I was about 7 years old or thereabouts, going to a school called Cedar Lawn. Cedar Lawn School was on Irving Street, about 5 blocks away from where we lived. And after my first year there, the school closed up. It was an old school. Charlie and Willie both went there. Then I transferred to a school 2 blocks on the other side called Lamar School. Excuse me, Lamar School. I stayed there until it closed, and then I went to Colonial Colonial Hill School, which was quite a bit further away, where I stayed 1 year and got in 3 fights. And Sis finally decided at the end of that year that I ought to make one more transfer for my last year in grammar school. So I went to Cities Park School, and I graduated grammar school at City Park after having several fights, because in those days, favorite expression of a non-Jew was Jew kike. And Charlie had always taught me that if anybody ever insulted me, it was to hit him first. And by the way, that followed me all the way through high school. But I managed to get out.
Jackie Jeffrey, please call the receptionist. Jackie Jeffrey.
And graduated from Forest High School in June of 1935. I learned a lot of poems when I was a kid from my brothers. Primarily my brother Charlie. One I remember vividly.
Deb, please call the receptionist. Deb.
One of the poems that I remember vividly that Charlie taught me was called Thanatopsis. Out of the night that covers me, dark as a pit from pole to pole, I thank whatever gods may be for my unconquerable soul. Beyond this place of wrath and tears looms but the horrors of the shade. But the years will find me, and should find me, unafraid. It matters not how straight the gate, how charged with punishment the scroll. I am the master of my fate. I am the captain of my soul. That poem had a great appeal to me. It's because Charlie explained it when I was a youngster, and I have remembered it all these years in my life. Another was, let me live in a house by the side of the road where the race of men go by, men that are good and men that are bad, as good and as bad as I would not sit in the scorner's seat, nor hurl the cynic's ban. Let me live in a house by the side of the road and be a friend to man. Another, for when the one great scorer comes to ride against your name, write not that you won or lost, but how you played the game. Needless to say, I have remembered these poems all the years of my life, and they had a tremendous impact on me. I decided, I guess it was in 1938 or 39, somewhere in that zone area, that I would try to go to SNU as long as the money held out. And since I didn't have any transportation, SMU meaning Southern Methodist University, Charlie bought me a 1928 Model A Ford, which I drove to and from college for one whole year. I did not have any money or enough money left to go back the next year, as I was working mornings and going to school in the afternoon. So I finally sold the Model A Ford to another fella, which left me afoot again. When I was much younger, I recall that Morris had a Franklin touring car. This car looked like it belonged to the mafia. It was the same kind of a touring car that they used in all the old movies when the crooks were running away from the police. I don't remember what happened to that car, but I sure do remember it. When I was about 12 years old, Isaac Sobel, who was a good friend of ours, of the family, brought over some linoleum to Mama on Browder Street in a little truck. Well, while he was in the house, I got in the truck and started it and drove off. If you're familiar with that part of Dallas, I drove the truck north to Corinth Street, east to Irving Street, south to the Santa Fe tracks, and back to Browder Street to our house. Well, Mama was hysterical. And Isaac was even worse. He had already pictured by having a very bad accident, and since he was working for his father, he thought his father might kill him. Well, the good Lord was with me, and I drove that truck all around that long 4-block area and got out and ran and hid in the backyard because I knew Mom was going to give me a spanking. Well, that was a conversation piece for quite some time, and even up to the very late date in Isaac Sobel's life. Every once in a while we would talk about it and mention it to each other and reminisce. I also remember a time in Dallas when I was a youngster, maybe 12 or 13, on Browder Street. A Jewish family moved to Dallas from Europe, and their oldest son was my contemporary. They hadn't learned to speak English, and somehow or another, Mama was contacted to see if it would be okay for them to bring their son, Irving Richmond, over to Browder Street to play with me because I spoke fluent Yiddish. So they brought him over and we played one afternoon together. Then he went back home to his mother and told his mother, "Ich hab gespielt mit ein jüdische Schägitz." I played with a Jewish Gentile. It's interesting to tell you that this young man became a doctor, specializing in brain surgery. And many years ago, retired and moved to California, and I haven't heard from him since. But he was a very nice young man. Browder Street was unpaved, and we used to play ball in front of the house, play catch. I used to play a lot of catch with my brother Willie. And at night, we would all play on the corner where the street light gave us some light to play. I remember those days. with a lot of nostalgia. We were very poor, as was everybody else on the street. But we never went hungry. And we all had something to wear. My wearing was mostly hand-me-down. And this reminds me of a very interesting thing that happened to me. My brother Charlie had purchased a green gabardine suit. After he wore it for about 5 years, my brother Willie inherited it. And after he wore it for a while, I inherited it, and I dated Maxine in that suit. And one night, while I had a date with her, her father said to me, "You know, Erwin, I could almost see your face in their pants. They're shining so badly." Well, that was the end of that suit. When Morris began his practice, he was an ear, nose, and throat specialist. His first office was in the Medical Arts Building, downtown Dallas, which incidentally is no longer there. And he became very successful in a very short period of time. Let me tell you a story that happened, I would guess, in 1936 or 37. I was working at the Austin Bridge Company, where Willie got me a job, and Sis and Harry, I believe, were out of town, and my niece Jan, or Janice, was staying with us. And one day, Mama called me at the office. By the way, the Austin Bridge Company was about 6 blocks away from South Dallas, where we lived. Mama called me one day at the office, screaming at me and hollering, "Isidore, Isidore! Janice had weggeläuft in the street, nackte Heid." That means Janice ran out into the street completely naked. And Mama said she was in her nightgown and couldn't run after her, and asked me to come home immediately to get her out of the street. Well, I didn't have a car, so I got into Willie's car, because Willie worked for the same company. And I drove home, and there was Mama at the door, hollering, "Janice, come my hair, come here, come here." And Janice just ignored her. Well, when I drove up and parked the car and Janice saw me, she hot-footed it back into the house because she knew she was going to get a spanking. Well, Mama was absolutely distraught. And it took me about an hour to calm her down. And I spanked Jan's little tush. And I told her, "If you ever do that again, I'm going to take you back to your house where you live with your mother and father, and you're never coming to our house again." Needless to say, there was no repeat of that situation, but I thought it might bear mentioning, since I'm sure Jan's going to see this and probably will have a laugh out of it. All through high school, my girlfriend was Edith Ruskin, R-U-S-K-I-N. I learned during that period of time that Charlie used to chauffeur her mother when Charlie was quite younger. They had a store on Ross Avenue. She is now living in Waco, Texas, has several children in Israel, and I regret to say that I haven't seen her in many years. Another ritual in our family was that every year Papa built a sukkah. so that he could have his meals out of the house into the sukkah. That's S-U-K-O-T. Papa had prefabbed this little building, and when sukkah came around, it was very easy for him to nail it together and put it up. And every night during the entire sukkah holiday, Papa had his meals in this little house, and I remembered that vividly. We had a very sad situation in our family. At age 54, my nephew, Dr. Robert Waldman, passed away with a melanoma. Robert was a very fine young man, brilliant, and an excellent physician. His specialty was infectious diseases. And this had a terrible impact on all our family. And our hearts went out to Morris and Sarah and Nancy. I don't recall whether I mentioned this occasion to you or not, but when I was a youngster, maybe 6 or 7 years old, or maybe 8, Mama took me everywhere she went because there's no such thing as a sitter in those days. And if there was, we couldn't afford it. Well, I recall vividly Mrs. Goltz, G-O-L-T-Z, a matronly Jewish mother in South Dallas, who used to make all the funerals. And one time, Mama took me to a funeral, and right in the middle of the eulogy, Mrs. Goltz stood up. She was a rather heavy woman, raised her hands over her head, and hollered, "Oy vayizmir, oy vayizmir atayre Gott." That meant, woe is me, woe is me. There is a good God on the earth. I never forgot that. Scared the hell out of me. Let me give you some dates that are important. I'll go at it rather randomly, as I have written down here. Willie was born January the 20th, 1912. Sadie Waldman, Willie's wife, February 26, 1913. Andrea Waldman Weinstein, January 9th, 1940. Lauren Weinstein, April the 5th, 1939. Gregory Weinstein, March 18, 1965. His wife, Margie, November the 11th, 1966. Jeffrey Weinstein, July 31, 1962. Debbie Weinstein, May the 16th, 1963. Michael Weinstein, July the 8th, 1968. Leslie Weinstein, his recent bride, January the 14th, 1971. And Jeffrey and Debbie's two daughters, Alexandra, hold it wrong. Alexandra is Margie's and Gregory's daughter, who was born November the 21st, 1993. And Jeffrey and Debbie's daughters, Elizabeth, born January 16th, 1991, and Arya, April 9th, 1993. Linda Waldman Abraham, April the 17th, 1942. Yehuda, Jehuda Abraham, born January 19th, 1939. Of that marriage, there were two fine sons. They live in Israel, by the way, in Haifa, Israel. And the two sons of that marriage were Tani, T-A-N-N-I-E, and Eyal. Tani is just now getting out of the service in Israel, and Eyal is just getting ready to go into the service in Israel. And I'm very happy and proud to note here that Linda, living in Israel, is just about to get her master's. Dates with reference to Sis's family. Sis was born September the 19th, 1903. My brother-in-law, Harry Coyne, was born June 4th, 1890. My niece, Connie Coyne Tolmas, T-O-L-M-A-S, was born August the 12th, 1928. Her husband, Dr. Hyman Tolmas, was born January 31st, 1922. My niece, Janice Cohn Pastor, who lives in Tulsa, Oklahoma, with her husband, Stan, was born July 17th, 1933. And I remember that date and time in my life very vividly. Stan Pastor, born August 21st, 1931. Alan Tolmas, Connie's son, born April 8th, 1954. His wife, Gina Tolmas, July the 30th, 1956. Two lovely little girls of that marriage, Cara, C-A-R-A, 11-193, and Shayna, S-H-E-Y-N-A, October 27th, 1991. The children of the marriage of Jan and Stan Pastor are Dr. Scott Pastor, an ophthalmologist who now lives in Atlanta, Georgia, January 29th, 1960. His sister, Robin, June 4th, 1965, who now lives in Dallas. Andy, March the 20th, 1962, who now lives in Austin, Texas. Molly, the daughter of Scott, Molly, Scott's wife, born May the 28th, 1964. And the daughter born of the marriage of Connie and Hyman Tolmas, Jean Ann Tolmas, August the 14th, 1951. Let me give you some more dates, please. Rose Polikov, born March the 2nd, 1902, passed away April the 25th, 1993. Maurice Polikov, these are both of my in-laws, February 21st, 1902, passed away February 16th, 1974. Maxine, my wife, born July the 22nd, 1922. And Richard Polikov, my brother-in-law and her brother, born April the 14th, 1926. And his wife, Roz Polikov, R-O-Z Polikov, born December the 3rd, and I don't know the year. A little history on the Polikov family. My mother-in-law and father-in-law moved with their children to Houston in 1927, when Maxine was approximately 5 years old. They moved to Dallas in 1934. Maxine was 12 years old, and they lived at 4224 San Carlos Drive. This is an interesting note. Sis and Harry lived at 4217 San Carlos Drive, but the two couples never knew each other. Marty and Rose Polikov moved to Forest Avenue in South Dallas so that they could be with Jewish people in 1935 when Maxine was 14 years old. Maxine graduated from Forest Avenue High School in 1939. And Maxine attended Oklahoma University for 1 year before she came home to marry me on November the 10th, 1940. We were married at Seth Israel Synagogue, right by City Park in South Dallas, which synagogue was later torn down to make room for a through highway. I was traveling at the time for Lion Auto Parts and Manufacturing Company out of Chicago, Illinois, which company was owned by Sam Byron, B-Y-R-O-N, who was my father-in-law's brother-in-law. I was in New Orleans, Louisiana for a weekend after working all the way to New Orleans, and I became ill and had to go to the hospital. And Maxine flew down from Dallas to drive me home. I don't know whether I reported this earlier, but I'd been traveling since 1941. And I never really got to see Carol Jean grow up, or even Sherry for that matter. But I stayed home from October to January 1949. I got back on the road at that time to go to Amarillo, Texas. And I got sick in Amarillo and had to come back home. It was at that time that Maxine and I had a long talk. And I decided to quit traveling and go into some other business, which later turned out, thank God, to be the insurance business. Carol Jean, our firstborn, was born November the 28th, 1942, one day after my birthday, November the 27th. Howard Coyne, her husband, was born August the 22nd, 1941. And they had 4 great children. Kay Ellen, who is now Kay Ellen Pollock, born June 16, 1969. Scott Coyne, born November the 13th, 1970, who incidentally is getting married in November of this year. Wendy Jill Coyne, born July 31, 1972. And Mark Edwin Coyne, named after Howard's father, July the 20th, 1976. Let me give you some other dates while I'm at it. Before I do, let me say to you that Kay Ellen Coyne is now married to Jacob Pollock, who is a practicing attorney living in Dallas. Kay Ellen is in business with us here at Waldman Brothers, as is Scott Coyne. Other dates to be remembered. Mama passed away March 1, 1970. Papa, February 1, 1948. Mars, December 13, 1995. Sadie, August the 14th, 1989. Sam, January 20th, 1993. Charlie, December the 26th, 1989. And Willie, May the 1st, 1990. Other dates to remember. Al Small, born March 24th, 1919. Al Small, of course, is my in-law, Sherry's father-in-law, and his wife Helen, born April the 7th, 1920. Neil Small, my son-in-law, June 6, 1945. Sherry Small, our daughter, March 10, 1946. Their son Justin, born July the 24th, 1973. Their daughter Macy, born April 28, 1976. And the daughter Meredith, who has just graduated from Green Hill School and has been admitted to Princeton University, born June 23rd, 1979. Steve's family. Steve was born December the 5th, 1951. Jackie was born July the 21st, 1952. Melissa, who has just graduated from Texas University in Austin, born January the 16th, 1975. Todd, who is attending Duke University and is pre-med, we hope, born July the 9th, 1977. And Michael, who is going into his senior year at Green Hill School, born February 12th, 1980. I don't remember whether I mentioned this previously, but things are coming to my mind as I go along here. I remember when I had a Dallas Times-Herald paper route that I won a second-hand bicycle by getting subscriptions to the paper. We had a piano on Browder Street, which Sis played beautifully. And I expressed a desire to Mama to take lessons to play the piano. Mama didn't like the bicycle, was afraid I'd get hurt. So she told me if I'd sell the bicycle, she would take the money and give me piano lessons. Well, I think I sold the bicycle for around $7. I never saw the piano lessons, but Mama used the money, which was great, as an afterthought. Dates on Morris Waldman, some of which I have and some of which I'm sorry I don't have. Morris was born February the 2nd, 1901, the oldest child in the family of Mom and Papa. Sarah was born July the 29th, 1914. Robert was born December the 21st, 1938. And Nancy Waldman Weil was born March 31st, 1942. She is now married and has been for many years to Lowell Weil Jr., whom she met when Lowell came down for Howard's wedding with Carol Jean, and they subsequently got married. The children of that marriage are Lowell Weil Jr., who, like his father, is a podiatrist, and Andrea Weil. The family of Robert Waldman is Jean Waldman, his wife, his daughters Beth and Jenny, Jennie, and sons Michael and Tom Waldman, and Beth's child, name is Megan, M-E-G-A-N. Unfortunately, we haven't seen too much of these children. We did go to a wedding several years ago and really enjoyed reacquainting ourselves with Morris and Sarah's children and grandchildren. on some other information
Please call the
that I have not
receptionist.
had up to this point. Let's talk about Morris and Sarah Waldman. I've already given you. Well, let me give it to you again. Morris was born February the 2nd, 1901, on the east side of New York, and passed away on December the 13th at age 93. Sarah was born July the 29th, 1914, and thank God is still with us. Robert Hart Waldman was born on December the 21st, 1938, and passed away on July the 10th, 1993. He married Jean Haddon, Hadden Waldman, who was born September the 7th, 1943, and he married Jean on November the 7th, 1964. Of that marriage, there was Elizabeth Waldman Lane, born June 17th, 1995. Elizabeth married Michael Joseph Lane. Elizabeth Waldman Lane was born of the marriage of Jean Haddon All right, I've got this messed up. Let's go back to Robert Hart Waldman. Robert was born on December the 21st, 1938, and died July the 10th, 1993. On November the 7th, 1964, he married Jean Haddon, who was born on September the 7th, 1943. Of that marriage, there was Elizabeth Waldman, who married Michael Joseph Lane on April 25th, 1992. Michael was born on February the 23rd, 1963. Of the marriage of Elizabeth and Michael is Megan Elizabeth Lane, M-E-G-A-N, who was born February the 24th, 1995. Another child of the marriage of Robert and Jean is Thomas Delaney Waldman, born on July the 25th, 1966. Married on 10/7/95 to Sarah Giles Waldman, who was born on August the 15th, 1972. Also, of this marriage is Michael David Waldman, born June 17, 1968, married to Juliette Ordonez, O-R-D-O-N-E-Z, on April the 20th, 1997. She was born on December the 22nd, 1965. Also born of this marriage is Jennifer Louise Waldman, who was born on March 17, 1973. To the marriage of Morris and Sarah also came their gorgeous daughter, Nancy Waldman Weil, W-E-I-L, who was born March the 31st, 1943. Married June the 20th, 1965, to Lowell Scott Weil, whose birth date is September the 16th, 1941. Of this marriage, there's Lowell Scott Weil Jr., born on May the 12th, 1968, who married Wendy Benton Weil, born on January the 2nd, 1968. The marriage took place June the 4th, 1994. And of that marriage, there is a new little baby, Alexandra, A-L-E-X-A-N-D-R-A, Seva, S-E-V-A, Weil, born July the 13th, 1997. And the last of this lovely family, Andrea Rachel Weil, the daughter of Nancy and Lowell, born October the 9th, 1970. In this little report that I have made, a lot of the information that I have put in the report was hearsay because of the situation, and our situations occurred when before either I was born or too small to know. And the rest was information that I firsthand to me, going through the Waldman family life. Let's go back to me, since I'm giving the report and reaching its final. I was born on Thanksgiving Day, November the 27th, 1918, in Dallas, Texas, on Kelly Avenue, K-E-L-L-E-Y, right across the street from the fire station. I have already reported the trauma that my mother went through as I was born during the flu epidemic of 1918. And Mama had the flu, and Dr. Friedman told Mama that she might not live. And she decided that if she didn't live, she didn't want me to live. So she put a pillow over my face. And thinking that what would happen if she did live, to my delight, she withdrew the pillow. My early life was very uneventful. Most of the things at that particular time I received from other members of the family. One thing that bothered me later on in life was that when my sister Sadie Coyne got married in 1922, They didn't want me for a pallbearer because I was a wild animal. So they picked Irving Green, who in later life was a very dear friend of mine, who died very suddenly in 1963 or 1964. My first school, and at this point, let me stop and tell you how I got the name Erwin Waldman. On my birth certificate that I obtained many years later, I was shown as Isidore Waldman, I-S-A-D-O-R-E. But when I started going to kindergarten, Sis, Sadie Coyne, wasn't too hot about the name Isidore, so she arbitrarily changed my name to Erwin Isidore Waldman. So when I first went to school, which incidentally was called Cedar Lawn, C-E-D-A-R, L-A-W-N, Grammar School, which was on Irving on the east and Home Street on the west in South Dallas. This was a school that Willie and Charlie had gone to. Morris, Sam, and Sadie, Morris, Sam, and Sis went to Cumberland Hill School in North Dallas before we moved to South Dallas. But my stay there was limited because the school was closed at the end of my first year because it was so old. From there I transferred to Lamar School, which was approximately 3 blocks from where we lived on Browder Street. The address was 2208 Browder Street. Incidentally, that house has been torn down. It's no longer there. And I stayed in Lamar School until the 5th grade, when Lamar School was condemned and closed. And from there I attended Colonial Hill School, which was further south on Wendelkin and Pennsylvania. And there I got into some problems fighting. At the end of the school year,
Erwin.
I can't talk now, take the call.
Okay, thank you.
At that time, when I got into trouble, Sis decided that she ought to transfer me from my final grammar school experience to City Park School, where I graduated, preparing to go to high school. I remember vividly my principal at City Park, Mr. Hamilton, who was passing out accolades to all the children as their names came up, saying when it came to my name, "We pick on Erwin Waldman because he deserves it." That was my first embarrassment that I can remember. And then, in 1930, I entered Forest Avenue High School, which was located on Forest Avenue, approximately 6 blocks south and west of the Dallas Fair, where there was a big fair every year. I must admit that my high school experience through the first 3 years was not pleasant. I was never adjusted to the discipline of school, and I kept getting into trouble for the first 3 years that I was in high school. In my senior year, however, things kind of leveled off, and I became class orator in my senior year, also president of the Standard Debating Society, and had the unique pleasure of coming in contact with Miss Edna Rowe, R-O-W-E, the senior class sponsor and my senior class English teacher. She put me straight and counseled me throughout my senior year, which turned out to be a great blast. And on graduation night in 1935, I made the class oration, which was a very, very memorable occasion in my life. This was June of 1935. And you will recall earlier in this report that this was the time that I met with Charlie, who was the prevailing factor in our whole life at that time. Charlie came to me and said, "Erwin, I want to talk to you." He said, "I have supported you all the time when you were growing up. And I am now 29 years of age, and I want to get married. So I'm asking you to start participating in supporting Mama and Papa." Willie at the time was working for the Austin Bridge Company as a stenographer and got me a job there for $40 a month as the downstairs switchboard operator. I stayed there about a year, at which time Mr. Austin Moore, who was the son of the president of the company, took a leave of absence to become the receiver for an insurance company that was broke, and he was asked to handle the liquidation of the insurance company. And he asked me to go with him as a male stenographer, which I did. This was called the receivership of the casualty underwriters. Actually, my first experience in the insurance business. He then asked me to leave them and go to work for Superior Lawyers of America as a claim typist, also in the insurance business, where he was financially interested. During this period of time, I met Maxine. I think I have reported previously that I had a date with Mabel Siegel, and we were going to go to a movie. I had no car, so we had to walk. When we got about halfway to the movie, she said, "You know, there's a new girl in town who's having a little party to get to know some people and invited me. Would you like to go?" So I said, "Sure." So we walked over to the house. There were a small group of my contemporaries there, and this is how I met Maxine. She was 14 at the time, and I was 18. And during that period, while we were dating, I got to know her mother and father, Maury and Rose Polikov, two very lovely people who were very kind to me. In 1939, by the way, Mr. Polikov was a regional vice president of a national concern called Lion Auto Parts and Manufacturing Company out of Chicago. And he was in charge of this region, which included a very large parts warehouse, parts for automobiles. In 1939, I believe it was, he invited me to come to work there as a order picker. And I was delighted to change jobs. So I went to work for $12 a week. Maxine and I, after a brief period when we broke up, which breakup was occasioned by either Charlie or Maxine's mother, we have never figured it out. The war was rapidly approaching. And I was drafted. But I'm getting a little bit ahead of the story. On July the 21st, 1940, Mr. Polikov had returned to Dallas from a meeting in Chicago with his firm. And someone who knew some other people in Chicago came into the office and said to my father-in-law, to-be, Mr. Polikov, "Congratulations, I understand Maxine is getting married." Well, during that period of time, Mrs. Polikov was working at the office. And she had a fit. She was so upset primarily because my father-in-law hadn't said anything to her about it. Mr. Polikov hadn't said anything to her about it. And then he said to her very casually, in front of Maxine and I, "Well, what the heck, let them get married. They've been going together, they love each other, let them get married." So that day, Maxine and I and her mother went to Fort Worth to visit a relative of the Polikovs who was in the jewelry business. And I bought a wedding band and an engagement ring. Then I had to tell Mama. So he came back from Fort Worth. I was still living at home. And I went home and I told Mama about it, and Mama started crying with happiness, thank God, and joy. On the 22nd of July, that was Maxine's birthday. So we made it official that we got engaged on July the 22nd. And then the wedding date was set for November the 10th, 1940. There was a lot of excitement, believe me. Charlie, of course, had gotten married in 1935. And I believe Morris and Willie got married in 1937. But I don't remember when Sam got married, Sam and Lee, I don't remember. But it was close to that period of time. So I was the last of the family married. Maxine and I got married and went to New Orleans on our honeymoon. My father-in-law gave us his new LaSalle to drive to New Orleans. And while we were there, Charlie came to New Orleans on business and took us out to dinner. We had a very lovely honeymoon for a week, came back and stayed with Maxine's mother and father till May of 1941. At that time, we bought a little house at 3132 Stanford in University Park, Dallas, for $6,100. And our monthly payments were $41 a month. By this time, Maxine was also working, and together we were making $50 a week, $50 a week. Then came the terrible tragedy of December the 7th. (1941), I believe. And I was drafted. Now let me back up here a minute. That's not correct. I had been drafted and had gotten a deferment because of my impending marriage. And on November the 26th, 1942, I'm getting back on the track now, a little gorgeous doll girl came into our lives. Carol Jean Waldman. Then I got the notice that I was to come in for my draft. And Maxine and I and Carol Jean were already living on Stanford. In those days, when you were drafted, you went straight from the drafting area into the service. So made arrangements to sell our house, and Maxine and Carol Jean would move back in with her mother and father. Fortunately, we didn't do anything, but for some reason or other I was turned down and made 4F. I think they said I was a psycho. Well, this gave Maxine and I a new lease on life. And because most of the people, if not all the people I work with, were drafted into the service, an opening became available for an outside salesman. and I asked and got the job. So I began traveling for Lion Auto Parts and Manufacturing Company, covering Texas, Oklahoma, Louisiana, and Arkansas. In 1946, Sherry came along and added her joy. And her great passion as a child, as a little infant really, was walking around with a chicken bone in her mouth, a pokey. And she and Carol Jean were just absolutely fantastic. In 1948, I was in New Orleans, and I got sick. In the hotel, alone, I remembered that I had, many years prior to that time, known a young fella by the name of Irving Richmond, who was a doctor at the Ochsner Clinic, O-C-S-N-E-R, clinic in New Orleans. So I picked up the phone, found his name in the phone book, and called him up and asked him if he remembered me, and he said he did. And I told him I was in the hospital, in the hotel ill. He came and checked me out of the hotel and took me to the Ochsner Clinic, which was a very famous clinic at that time. Maxine flew down to New Orleans, and I stayed down there an additional week and was diagnosed as having a duodenal ulcer. When I was discharged, Maxine drove me home. This was in October of the year. I didn't travel the rest of that year, November or December. And on January the 2nd of 1949, I began a trip to West Texas. And when I got to Amarillo that weekend, I got sick again. So I came home, and Maxine was unhappy about my traveling. I wasn't with the children very much. So we decided after I felt better that perhaps I ought to find something in Dallas. One day visiting with Charlie, I wasn't working. I sent letters out to all my customers, asking them to send me orders through the mail, which they did. So in April of that year, Charlie called me one day. He said, let's have lunch. Because I had been looking around for a business that I could buy into or that I could buy in the automobile parts business. That was all I knew. So I went to visit with Charlie at 1006 Commerce, Standard Fixture Company. He says, have you ever considered going into the insurance business? I said, hell no. I said, I've got to have something that I can sell that can be resold at a profit. He said, well, think about it. So Willie called me that night and asked me if I'd like to play golf the next day. I was staying home. So Willie and I played golf, and we chatted about it briefly. And then we chatted about it more and chatted about it more. And I said, look, I've got to have an income. I don't know if I'm going to be a success in the insurance business. Charlie said, I'll finance you. God bless Charlie. He said, I'll finance you. If you want to go in the insurance business, I'll finance you as long as it's necessary. So on April the 19th, 1949, in Charlie's office, Willie and I shook hands, and I went into the insurance business, selling property and casualty, as opposed to life insurance, which was Willie's specialty. Charlie gave me $75 a week, which was all I needed. I was home. I wasn't traveling. And Willie and I went out on the street, calling on everybody. Charlie's philosophy was, by the way, you're Dallas boys, the Waldman family is highly respected and regarded. You got a lot of people that you can call on by just walking into their place. And Charlie was right. I went to work for Roder and Moon Insurance Agency in their office. And Willie stayed at the life insurance company, which was State Mutual Life of America, in their office. And since I only had one car and Willie only had one car, we alternated every week. One week we would take his car, and the next week we would take my car. Little by little, things began coming through. And in 1951, two things happened. Willie and I left the two places we were and opened up our own office and called it Waldman Brothers Insurance Agency. And the mazel that went with that announcement also created another birth in the family, Stephen Allen Waldman. December the 5th, 1951, Steve appeared on the scene. And it was like a good omen. Charlie sent me money every week. Never questioned about when he was being paid. Never even mentioned it. But finally, in 1955, I started paying Charlie back. By this time, Willie and I were pretty well entrenched in the business, and things were looking very good. Willie became very active in the synagogue, and I became very active in the Jewish Community Center. Willie was president of the synagogue when they opened their new facility. And come on in.
Papa?
Come on in.
Seth Garden Schwartz is here.
In approximately 1952, if I remember correctly, a new Jewish country club was opened in Dallas called the Columbian Country Club. It had been a sitting club for many, many years prior to that time, but Willie and I joined, and over the years both of us had been on the board of governors of the club. I still belong, as do all my children. And many happy events have taken place in our family at this club. As I mentioned, I became active in the Jewish Community Center. And in 1968, while we were building a new building, I became president and remained as president till 1970. I have been on the board at the Jewish Community Center ever since, including today, August the 12th, 1997. And our business continued to prosper from the beginning in 1952, when Willie and I sat opposite each other in a one-room office and had one helper, till today, when Waldman Brothers Insurance Agency has 47 employees and occupies a large part of the top floor in Dallas. I'm getting ahead of myself a little here because in 1960 something else happened. While on the golf course, playing with Charlie and two company insurance men, I had a heart attack. This happened several days before my 50th birthday. And I didn't come back to the office until February of the following year. I fully recovered, I think, and got back into the swing of things in the insurance business. I believe it was in 1966, but I'm not sure. Willie and I built a building on the Central Expressway at 4061 North Central Expressway, and moved into the building to continue the increase of our staff. And stayed there until 3 years ago, when we had to leave because we had run out of space. In 1990, if I recall properly, Willie got sick. And after having had surgery for cancer of the esophagus, regretfully passed away. This formed a terrible void in my life. Willie and I had been in business all the years with never a cross word. We were a great team. By that time, my son-in-law Howard Coyne and our son Steve Waldman had both come into the business. And became primarily involved in the running of the agency. I believe it was the 1st of August, 1991. I awakened to get out of bed one morning, and I got out of bed and fell down. I got up, fell down again, and I called to Maxine, who was in the kitchen making coffee. She ran back and helped me back into bed. And she called the doctor, and he suggested that if I felt well enough for her to take me to the hospital. In the meantime, Howard, who lived very close to us, had come over, and he said, "No dice. We're not going to take you to the hospital. You're going to get an ambulance." So he sent for an ambulance, and they took me to the hospital. That was on a Friday morning. My doctor was already there. They took an EKG and they found nothing. So Dr. Sommer said, "Well, let's go put you in a room, take your EKG again tomorrow." On Saturday morning, it took another EKG, and all hell had broken loose. They then took an angiogram, and on August the 2nd, I had bypass surgery. Five bypasses. Thank God, everything was fine. We had a great physician, a great surgeon. By the name of Platt, P-L-A-T-T. And after a reasonable length of time, I went into a rehab program where I went to rehab 3 mornings a week for approximately 2 years, during which period of time I learned how to walk again. And all during this period, as it was with all other periods of my married life, of our married life, my wonderful wife was right at my side. I don't believe I could have made it without her. Permit me to say that I love her with all my heart, and we are still sweethearts. She has been a fantastic wife, a wonderful mother, and a very gracious and happy grandmother. I hope and pray to the good Lord that He will give us many years of being together and enjoying each other and all of our friends and all of our children and grandchildren. As I mentioned previously, it is August the 12th, 1997. I am 78 years of age, and Maxine just celebrated her 75th birthday. We've had a wonderful life. God has blessed us in many ways. And perhaps one of the most rewarding parts of our entire married life has been the respect and affection we have received from all of our friends, clients, and relatives. And I want to also say that Maxine always smiled when she was crying within, when I was sick, and when our children in different periods of their lives have not been well. Maxine loved her mother and father. They were very kind people. And she has a wonderful brother, Dick Polikov, who spends 6 months of every year at his home in Chicago, and the other 6 months at his home in Palm Beach, Florida. We speak to them often. And I'd like to talk a little bit about Maxine's family. Maxine's parents moved to Dallas after living for a period of time in Houston. And I think Maxine was 12 years old when they moved to Dallas. She lost her father, if I recall, it was either 71 or 72, and her mother passed away several years ago in her early 90s. I believe that Maxine's personality came from her mother and father, who were happy people. And I believe a lot of that spread out on me. For whatever success I have enjoyed in my life, and the happiness I have received from all those around me, I have to thank Maxine, my wife. Doing this audio and video has been very emotional to me. It has brought back many happy occasions and sad occasions. Like Mama having a stroke and living in Sister's house for 5 years in bed before she passed away. And Papa passed away in 1948 with a lung problem. the sadness of Charlie's passing away, and Sid's following very closely. And then Willie leaving us. Have all had a terrible effect on me. I'm the last of the Waldman family, meaning the 6 children of my mother and father. And I hope and pray that the good Lord keeps us well and happy and blesses all of us. Remembering so many events in the existence of the Waldman family, has caused me to be humble. And I hope that those of you who listens and sees this report will understand the effect it has had upon me. And at this point, I want to say goodbye.